I had the delusional hater, liar. It's like the smoke the copium. They'd be like, it's like a lot. They said people come come up and what do. And they'd be like talking shit, but I don't think you talk like that. I would dissolve you. Good enough. Would dissolve me. So my wouldn't bitch. But that's what I got to tell myself to feel safe fuck with people. The type of person is like the guy would get you to harass me. And you end up be like brainwashed like a cult member. Like the type of people that could be talked into jumping the tiger enclosure and start poking the tiger with a stick and because someone told you that the tiger would never dare to attack, and if you tried, it would fail. So there's like that type of people, delusional people, and you can't stop people from being delusional and then cope with reality by lying to themselves. So um, that guy was like, I would dissolve. I said, I don't. It's like you're crazy. You're saying you would succeed. That's so good. No, locked with knife attacker. We're gonna look at martial arts pros being locked with a knife attacker. And see how they do. A lot of delusional people on the internet think that they can outperform these people. I guess the real test is if you ever end up having a guy put a knife on you. You see if you ever could dissolve before it gets at least one step in. I hope that will not happen to you. Part of the gang stalking is they recruited people to bully me. So they constantly had to work to get the bullies to have a false sense of security. They work to get them to feel safe in being in the room with me and bullying me covertly. And they had to tell them lies. Understand? They had to give them a false sense of security. Mike would confront you. Then be like, well, what if I bully this guy and he gets aggressive? Well, you don't have to worry about that. Which is push comes to shove, he couldn't hold a fly or something like this. Or, he's a coward, he wouldn't dare to or something like this. They protect him because the average gang stalker is a coward and the average Christian is a coward. So I stand out on how much courage I have contrasted to the baseline public and the average Christian. So it's like, oh, Mike has this value of a rare degree of courage uh, and fearlessness. So it's like, we need to develop this value. Mike's a coward, Mike's a coward. Understand? It's kind of simple. So I'm going to look at a video if I can get the screen share to work here. Six fighters locked with knife attacker. So to all of you out there to think that if a guy will pull a knife on you, watch some delusional martial arts instructor video, like a video on knife disarm, so you feel like, yeah, it's like if a guy put a knife on me, I could just disarm me easily. You might be very delusional. So here's the video. I'm not going to play it, but I'm looking at a video. It's on my other stream. And there's a six pro martial artist locked with knife attacker.
I see the guys coming out of their exhaust, spent.
They just stabbed me a bunch.
After that, I was pretty upset.
I don't think one of them were able to disarm the guy before he stabbed him at least once.
To start with. In fact, when I win it, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna shoot it full of bullet holes.
The contenders were also gradually falling apart.
And I'm super stressed. The guys are stressed from getting hit in the head too hard. Ramsey's injured, and I still need to be a participant. My mind is just too full of everything.
Comments on your 2 points will be received.
I'm gonna get lit up here, and
There's
it's
the
gonna
first
suck.
martial artist
20 seconds starts now.
locked with a knife attacker. This is Paul. This already been stabbed twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6. To the guy that hated church, I'm like, you wouldn't have a chance if I fought you with a knife. I just disarmed you. So it's like you would succeed at what these pro martial artists failed at. They have no idea how crazy it's on. Like, yeah, I would just disarm me. I would succeed where these pro martial artists fail. I don't think any of these 6 pro martial artists were able to disarm the guy before he stabbed him several times.
Ready, set, go!
Here's the stab counter, how many times the guy being attacked with a rubber knife got stabbed. 1. Notice I didn't disarm him. They didn't successfully disarm before the got stabbed.
I held the hand that the knife was in, thinking all I
And this is a martial artist.
need to do is hold you here for a couple of seconds. I don't even need to hit you. And then I feel this little on the other side. What are you doing? Oh, the marker's on the other side.
Martial artist. Pros.
You changed hands.
More like the average person, more well trained. They're better fighting reflexes. They're better at keeping things. Do you understand? A lot of people don't understand combat as I do and fighting in general. Meaning they don't understand fighting athleticism. So what are some things that are significant metrics when it comes to gauging fighting ability, as far as physical traits go, different parts. Cardio, your gas tank, your stamina, endurance, how long you can be wrestling, fighting, punching, kicking before you gassed out and you're super tired. That matters in terms of fight ability. Fighting specific athleticism. Cardio matters. Speed matters. Power matters. And training matters. So these martial artists are well trained, they're more like the average person. They have better reflexes too, meaning that they have muscle memory, they've trained so much, they have reflexes that can apply to defend against a knife attacker. Most of them complete untrained person, which means a guy like Jeff Chan, for example, even if he hasn't trained knife fighting before, like defense or something like this, he still has that muscle memory for moving out of range if someone trying to connect with something. Level changes, hearing something like an arm coming at you, and things like this. So these pro martial artists, well trained, more like an average person, more trained, more athletic. Not one of them were able to disarm the guy before being stabbed several times. Yet you have delusional people on the internet. They'll tell a guy training knife fight martial arts so he wouldn't have a chance. They just disarm me, So good fucking luck, buddy. Understand? Good fucking luck, a guy like you, to disarm somebody charging with a knife intended to get in your body. I hope we don't keep that delusional mentality, bring it into the real world, where reality happens. Like meaning outside of your mind, where you're delusional and coping with stuff by lying. This is the stab count, how many times guys been stabbed. Notice how he didn't disarm the guy yet. The promotion artist didn't disarm the guy. But I think the guy in my stand that he would succeed with these guys. Yeah. They should get him for it and be the final boss for this martial artist.
For the other,
Yes, I'm not being stabbed for real, obviously. As a disclaimer, this is like training now.
the other 5 contenders following with Sensei. Well, Sensei said
since they said did better. So I'm like, okay.
Not one of these guys were able to disarm the guy before he stabbed them several times. Okay, but the mics I hated the chat that was working the trash talk my knife fighting ability and the martial arts show. But yeah, I could disarm him, no problem. Yeah, sure. This guy who they're fighting, I don't think that he's a person who trains knife fighting martial arts. More like I just put his stuff in his stab the guy, his opponent. None of these pro martial artists were able to disarm the guy before he stabbed repeatedly.
training in knife defense.
Last year, I did about 70 hours.
Was that your last one? I was like, I knew my legs.
I'm the predator, and I just started swearing at Aaron.
Dying?
Not
to
one of
score
these guys
points for
died
this challenge.
before being stabbed several times. They have 8 self-defense instructors locked with a knife attack about on the YouTube channel. Is now we lock pro fighters with knife attackers. We're gonna look at active self-protection. And he's got a video of knife with a woman Australia disowned by shoppers. It's a woman, first of all. I don't think she was a knife fighter, martial arts, a trained knife fighter, martial arts. Really interesting to see. Type in, and you're just gonna get my comment. I'm not gonna spend more time filming this one.
Today, we're going to get to see one of the best responses to what is a dangerous situation that I really have ever seen. Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's research-informed defensive lesson here at Active Self-Protection. It's a doozy. I'm your host, John Correa.
And I'm your co-host, Stephanie Widener. Today's video comes to us from Lake Haven, Australia.
Lucky Gunner is my recommended trusted provider of freedom seeds for range or defensive use. In stock, good prices, and rocket-fast shipping are why I go back again and again. Because of new guidelines, I can't link their site or say it, but you're smart, and you can find it with a simple Google search. Stick it to the man by paying them a visit. And another guy hits her with a shopping cart in here.
Now, this is both worst and best case scenario. So the video I'm looking at is an active self-protection video. Recent upload. And that's what got me on this topic. And let's make another video talk about knife fighting. And the video is titled Knife Wielding Woman in Australia Disowned by Shoppers. And this is one of the worst and best case scenarios. So it's a target-rich environment. So if there's a person that's got a knife and running a supermarket looking for someone to stab, there's going to be people all over options to understand. The likelihood that somebody will close enough for them to poke a knife at them is bigger if it's like a lot of people in the store. And since it's not a gun, it's less obvious to people a shelf over that there's a stab that just started. Do you understand? So one of the advantages of mass shootings is like if there's a Walmart and someone goes on a mass shooting spree, it's like as soon as he shoots the first shot, people in the parking lot know there's a shooting happening. Okay, so everybody's alerted to there's a crisis, that there's a problem here. Whereas a stabbing, it might be a shriek or something like this after the third person is stabbed, and then people in the other part of the store realize that something's going on, and they might think it's a street fight. Somebody they understand, so it takes more time for people to realize what's going on and get to safety or understand the situation and respond to it. So we gotta keep playing the video.
Knock her down. I can just see that.
Also, it's more optimal for the people that are not the knife attacker, because there's a crowd of people, like a mob of people. There's one person with a knife, and there's numerical superiority if the crowd of people in the store don't force it to talk about knife attacker.
That on stuff white women do, and they're gonna figure out a plan here, and eventually that guy's gonna throw a chair at her. That doesn't work. You're gonna watch him throw it again from another angle. But when he does that, then another guy hits her with a shopping cart. They call them trolleys there, and then everybody's gonna wade in with chairs, and they're gonna use those chairs all together now to pin her to the wall. Once they get her pinned to the wall, they take a does that, then figure out a plan here. And eventually that guy's going to get that. She's facing a hot stuff because all of the
general.
I mean, from what I saw, this is a kind of best case scenario. It's like a hippo. It's not like a young athletic man. It's like he's like a basketball flying through the air, like leaping and sprinting at people, like chasing. You understand? From what I saw, it looks like a hippo woman, which is kind of like walking. It's like drag her feet, walk around kind of in the haze on the side. So I don't know what the deal is there, but the woman looked like she wasn't really.
Everybody's going to wade in with chairs, and they're going to use those $20 an hour. I don't think so. Again, with an edged weapon like this, a short range weapon like a knife, just give space. If you can give space, if you have the time and ability to get at distance from her, well then, hey, guess what? You're not in any immediate danger. And that is a great way to have safety.
Hopefully, person she just throws the knife at you.
You see some of them, they've closed down their doors so she can't get through that. That keeps them safe. These other folks have significant distance away from her.
She's not doing a really good job here. So we look at this video here, and the woman's just hanging out holding a knife there.
That's a good thing in a good way. Now, I want to stop here because I know some people are going to look at this, young woman who is security here. She's, what's your job? Management says
situation right now. And so
and she's definitely too close for her safety, for comfort right now. This is a security person. There's a woman and here's a security guard. And she's close enough she's close enough to secure a woman for it to be a dangerous situation.
Taking some time to get some more help, I still think would be the right thing to do, even if that were a law enforcement officer, not only for the public involved, but for this woman that's having the crisis. So I think one person going in there is just
maintain as much props for trying to step in
and act. Obviously, she's not forced to act, but her reality is not going to be the same as the rest of ours right now. And so you want to.
Yeah, so she doesn't like that woman who was running around looking for people to stab. She's just in the store with a knife, doing something. Okay.
Can protect her, but this woman's life is important too, and even just being behind that counter would afford.
It's more like overflowing the demons that she's seeing around her, and she's using her wall there to try and move around. I don't know what she's doing, but it's like these people that sometimes their brain is firing in a
her some protection while still being in proximity.
And listen, you can do this in ways that have some margins for safety. Number one, if you have a very high level of empty-handed skills. Clearly, this woman is not a knife master. So if you had a very high level of empty-handed skills, this would allow you.
That's another thing. Don't think that somebody has to be a knife master to be a danger to you if they got a knife. And some people need to be taught. A person holding a knife in their intent to do harm to you with it, being within 15 feet, that's a dangerous circumstance. No matter, okay. Now, are there things that can make a person more dangerous with a knife? Yes. What type of things? Training, athleticism. So take an average Jane. If she's trained, athletic, that makes her more dangerous than if she's not.
You a little bit more margins for success if you had somebody who had lethal cover, okay? Somebody who, hey man, if she decides to attack me, you got to protect me. That would maybe give you that margins as well. Both non-zero risks, okay? So I'm not telling you to do either one of those. And I admire this woman for having that bravery. And I can't tell you, maybe she does have crazy empty-handed skills. Maybe she's a kung fu master. I don't know. But she did a really good job. I do love the other folks, again, getting behind barriers here.
Yeah,
that was good. Now let's talk about.
So this is Knife Illustrated Song by Shoppers. Now this is not one of these where she wasn't running around looking for people to stab. I was saying. She was walking around with a knife, holding it and looking around.
Homie who threw the chair. Sometimes, listen, if you can affect outcomes with a ranged weapon, cool. Sometimes you got to use an environmental weapon like a chair. It's the best one you have. It's Australia. There's very strict gun control.
Put themselves on the line. And without question and without thinking. And so I think that is a bit of a cultural thing that they
have. Awesome.
Things that we see in that.
Listen, but if you wear them all the time because it's part of your culture.
So don't think that it's her first.
Again, if you are, you should wear flip-flops, okay? I'm not telling you that those are, call them
chances for success and maximize your opportunities for safety. And, but yeah, I love how they act together. They got those chairs to kind of barricade themselves from her and keep more distance. They had, more protection distance wise than she had reach with that knife, and just worked out really nicely.
I want to note one little tiny thing here too, okay? Because, again, in the circles that we swim, Steph, there's a pretty virulent thing that people hate flip-flops. What do you call them? Slides, chanclas, go-aheads, flip-flops, whatever. And they're like, man, you can't defend yourself in those. It's bad footing. And I don't disagree, but here we have another example of people in chanclas, and it works. And so, listen, these folks live in a hot climate. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. It's hot here. A lot of the culture, you probably cities, they make effective weapons as well. And, communication.
I agree. And you'll note for women, you can clearly see them all communicating as different hands are being placed and removed. I think it was handled about as well as this could have been handled. I think this is a great video and a great example of how to handle a crisis just like this.
And listen, goal is to stop the threat, right? Once the threat is stopped, things change. We don't want, to just beat the tar out of somebody to punish them, right? Remember what our job is we are protectors. And so we use our tools, we use our skills as a shield, not as a sword. And I think these folks did a really, really good and commendable job of that. And the police officers did too. It's going to take everyone to use. Listen, these folks in those, I'm very second kids, their mom has used the chancla to keep them in line, a whole bunch. Anyways, now they get the scissors away from her. They get the knife away from her. I just want to say, I think that them all working together is a very from her and important here.
Was speaking to her first. And again, that might handle
skills as a shield to go around to have them in every place at every time. And you don't want to live in that kind of place. Up here, pretty cool folks that help disarm her. I'm a but with scissors away.
So yeah, that's the type of knife to solve. It's not what is people that pull a knife and run around looking for the stab. Just walking around, holding the knife. That's my best case scenario. People. This is a news call. Let's see what's going on. All right. It's a lot of rainbow content. And NASA. America's voice inside our rainbow. Yeah, some people report being stalked by a secret persecution program, being told about a secret persecution program. Then other people, there's Christian Americans are worried about this war going on in the country and they're scared about that. Meanwhile, I'm being told about persecution, harassed daily online and offline and faced with threats and all these things. And I don't spend my days in fear. So if you're a Christian, you shouldn't be living in fear. If you're a Christian, you should go out of fear with time.
What are we getting? You know, we're ruining our position in the world, we're being the bad guys, we're ruining the world economy, and we're gaining nothing. I've got so many friends that I've got customers who can't afford to shop with us anymore. I've got farmer friends who've gone bankrupt.
Years ago, I had a set goal. I wanted my company to at least make $100,000, and I will be satisfied. Well, with this war going on, and with everything that we have going on in politics, $100,000 is not enough. We're still underwater. We're still struggling. We're still trying to make ends meet.
As like a low man on the totem pole, I'll say it's just like, why? We don't need this. You know, it's supposed to be for us, you know, for our people, you know, here in America, like try to do more. There's so much more we could do. You know, you see how much they spend like in the first week and you're like, and we had to cut Medicaid stuff for that.
I think it's dumb, to be honest. Like there's so many ways, diplomatic ways that we can ease the situations, but I feel like there are, you know, a lot of the politicians are acting like big kids.
Even if they open up the strait tomorrow, you know, there's going to be such a backlog. You know, it's not like they open the strait and prices go down right away.
Going on, and with everything that we have going on in politics.
Yeah, something that got me bored is that they put as like a tax. They made it expensive to run TV, more expensive. I like that. All the low-income people. We're hit hard by that. I know I'm one. It's like they help me to make ends meet. We have to order stuff cheaper from TV. And they made they changed them, made it expensive, more expensive.
Politics, $100,000 is not enough. We're still underwater. We're still struggling.
It's supposed to be for us, you know, for our.
Frank the phone.
Botching is a business. And if you knew that plastic surgeons were trained in psychological manipulation tactics, you might not ever want to get plastic surgery. If you understood that these surgeons literally have a strategy, a business plan, a game plan, they know exactly what to do when you get botched. And these surgeons like to think they're smarter than everyone, but that
This guy made a website called Bosch Metabon. You have to go to
is the unfortunate truth. These strategies and these tactics work on 99.9% of patients. I was fortunate enough to be able to see through them. And gaslighting is...
Well, unfortunately, like, okay, so that was Bosch by dentist, okay, but I never saw that getting surgery. It didn't seem to be a good idea to me. Now, this guy might not have had prosthetic surgery, maybe had a problem with his eyes or something.
More and more common word that people know is basically repeatedly lying to someone to get them to do certain things. And the most sadistic and end tactic that a lot of them try to do is drive the person to suicide. And that is unfortunate. That has happened in...
Yeah, and supposedly that's one of the goals of this gang stalking program. And that's not going to work on me. I would never unalive myself, which means if you tell me I unalive myself, they murder me and made it look like I unalive myself. Okay, I would never do that. Consider confident. But some people might be vulnerable to that. And that's something I don't have problem with.
Many of these patients that have been botched. So before you go into plastic surgery, just know that if you do get botched, they have an entire game plan. They own the lawyers, they own the court system. So if you're foolish enough to believe that a lawyer wants to help you, those lawyers are taught to pretend to help the victims, to suck more money. They make money off of you being botched. The lawyers that are getting paid to pretend to help you, the other surgeons that are pretending to fix you, all the consultations that you pay for after you've gotten botched. It is a horrible, you could use the word satanic, pure evil. The strategies and tactics these surgeons are taught are pure evil, because these surgeries are so risky and they're not trained properly and they have such a high margin of error that if they were to do the right thing and people were to get compensated for being botched, they wouldn't be in business. The whole thing would have to shift and change. And hey, they wouldn't be in $15 million mansions. Maybe they'd be in $3 million mansions. Who knows? But that is the most important thing, or I guess one of the important things you need to know before getting into plastic surgery. That if you get botched, they are trained in what to do to trick you and gaslight you. And I'll make another separate video about like my perspective and what it's like to get botched and what the average patient experiences. And
yeah, okay. Fortfarande går bort på tillbaka. Allegedly. I'm changing thumbnails for some of my past live streams. After the live stream is done processing, you can pick an originator one. And sometimes it's decent. A lot of content. I've gone to 27 floors on Rumble. Finish it down. Yeah, we're gonna play some Chuck Langenberg. Order. Go to survey. Something like this.
Show. Talk shoes. recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or show number, better yet, show number 120297, or click on the top left purple Live Now button. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 5 till 6 p.m. on Tuesday, November 27, 2012. This is episode number 3044. Now, I have on the phone with me pseudonym T. Idaho, whose Talk show is 123048, and I have my doubts about you, T. Idaho. What do you have to say?
Well, for starters, my real name is Mark. How's that?
Okay. That's your real name. Now, you know, I have my doubts about you, and what I'm telling you, what I wish I had put on the last interview, which I threw away, by the way, is I don't recommend that anybody give their name out to anybody on these talk shows. Can you understand why?
Yeah. No, I just.
Now you sound like you're about half dead. Are you alive and kicking?
No, I'm alive and chemmed. I just came out from outside.
Okay, now tell me about the chems. Let's chems, the chemicals. Why don't you tell people that are listening into this interview what that means, please?
Well, what I would explain to them is that it's not difficult. It's the easiest thing that perps can do. It's
that perps can do to us targeted individuals. Let's continue on with that, please.
Well, you know what do you want to hear about my hotel experience?
I want to hear about you just go ahead. Just talk what happened when you just went outside. What do you have to say, please?
Well, I can hear.
Man, I'm telling you, I'm about ready to shut this interview down. It's like there's this lag between when I ask you a question and you got to think and scratch. You know, Just tell what happened when you went outside just now. You went out for a cigarette, right?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
I come back in. I feel like I've been drugged. That's why this interview is shot. I mean, I have a hard time putting a sentence together, but that's what happens when I go outside. And this.
Okay, now so right now you're under the influence of this of chemical that they sprayed at you. Now, can you smell anything? Did you smell anything unusual when you're out there, please?
No, not at all. It's but my nose, I could tell right away because my nose starts running like clear liquid. Not snot or anything like this. It's like water. It just starts running out of my nose.
And this happens whenever you go outside.
Yes, and then after that, I have to go to the bathroom. I have to pee. It's like it's immediately. I got to pee.
And how many times? And how often after that?
Oh, probably 3-4 times. If I drink a glass of water, maybe 3-4 times. It's ridiculous.
Per hour? What do you mean 3-4 times? What's that mean? How often?
Well, if I drink a glass of water, a bottle of water, I got to go to the bathroom 3 or 4 times. But that's
the next day and the next hour. What? I'm trying to speed it up here.
In the next 15 minutes.
In the next 15 minutes. So that's pretty significant. So 3 to 4 times you have a 12-ounce bottle of water, and 3 to 4 times within the next 15 minutes, almost immediately, like it goes right through you. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
What are some of the other things that happen when you're under the when you're chemmed, when you're shot with these chemicals that you cannot smell when you're outside smoking?
I feel doped up. I feel like I've been hit with something that it just makes me confused. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're using, but it makes you confused. Like. You can't think straight. And that wears off, by the way. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes. And then I'm back to normal, where I can, put a sentence together without, being stuttering or confused.
Because there's a lot of stammering going on. Now, we were just on another call, and I don't want to say the call number, but you and I were just on another chat screen here in the other room, and you must have went outside and had a cigarette, and then you came in and called this show. Is that right?
That's exactly what I did.
Okay. Tell me some more about this chemming. I want to hear, please. And this is for the people that are listening in that may not believe the chemical attacks on targeted individuals. Please, please explain
what
it.
happened. The guy next door has a 3-car garage, 3 separate garages that open up. And the minute I went outside, he opened the garage door maybe a foot. And then it's like Spray City, This is the clown next door, not the actual guy.
What do you mean by Spray City? Please explain that. I don't quite comprehend yet.
All you hear is like...
Do you hear it from his direction, or do you hear it from the bushes behind you?
His house is 15 feet away. It's from his direction. And then I get woozy. I come in and I'm just like, I'm just like I've been drugged.
All right, so the wind was blowing in your direction or something, and he knew that. He must have known that.
Absolutely.
Does this happen every time you go out for a cigarette?
Yes.
Oh, maybe it's something in cigarettes, and if so, why don't you just smoke inside? What's the deal?
I don't smoke inside the house. I can't because it screws up your house. I mean, it makes everything yellow. I don't do it.
Okay.
It's hard,
now, where else?
hard
where
to
else
sell
does
a
this?
house.
Yeah, I got it. Where else does this chemming happen at besides out in front of your house where you smoke? Please.
Oh, I've had it happen in casinos because I gamble. I spray bottles.
But they don't have any casinos in Idaho where you're at now. You meaning you lived down there in Vegas or what?
I go to Jackpot. It's like an hour and a half away. It's right on the border of.
All right. So Jackpot, Nevada. All right. So what happens at these casinos, please?
I've been hemmed in these rooms. They do it like at 4 a.m. You're in a room. You're asleep. There's no cameras. I look.
You're talking about in your hotel rooms. It happens. I was under the impression that I don't know why that it was in the casinos themselves.
It does. No. It's in the casinos too. I've seen them walking around with spray bottles in their hands and in their pants, and they're just going.
To various people. Now that sounds kind of far-fetched, man. I gotta tell you that.
No, I'm telling you, it's not far-fetched. It happens.
Are they shooting them just at you or at other people?
No, just at me. They'll walk by me while I'm sitting at a slot machine, and I had a friend there with me, and he goes, "Who is that weird guy that keeps walking by you?" And I said, I don't know, but you know what? Keep an eye on this guy because I don't know what he's.
So why doesn't it happen? Why does it not happen to your friend?
My friend's not sitting at the slot machine. I am. He's just standing there, and he walks off the place.
He's standing there. How far away? A foot? A yard? How far away is he?
2 feet.
So this chemming, this person with this squirt bottle has the ability to shoot it at you.
Yes. I've seen it.
How many times did this happen now?
I've seen it in 2 casinos with 2 different people, and they're both scumbags. But they're just scumbags. They're not gambling because they don't have any money. These people are just like, you go to a casino, you see people that gamble. And then you see bums and then the retards,
Okay, where else does it happen other than the casinos and out in front of your house? Where else does this chemming happen, please?
Mostly at my house, but I've stayed at hotels where it's happened at hotels. And,
okay, why don't you explain that situation, the hotel, please?
Well, if you go into a hotel and you look at the bottom of the door, there's a half-inch gap that goes out into the hallway.
Yeah.
And I always get stuck at the end of the hallway near the fire escape or where the stairs, the emergency exit. And they can fumigate the room at 4 o'clock in the morning. I've woken up.
Or they slide something under the door and push a button, or what's your guess?
That's it. Exactly. They put something under the door, Maybe it's a small tank or something, or there's no cameras. So you know, I look in these hallways. There's no cameras, so they can get away with anything.
Of course, you can't see cameras nowadays, but one thing that I heard you mention on one of your calls, I think it was, or on one of these calls here on TalkShoe.com, was that sometimes as soon as you get in, that there's specific rooms that they relegate towards targeted individuals.
Yes,
what do you have to say about that?
Yes,
Why don't you explain that?
My bedroom is Chem City, where I sleep. That is where I get most of it. You know.
Now this is in the hotels. I'm talking about in the hotels that there's specific rooms.
The hotel is one room. I mean, there's 2 beds. That's easy. But in my house, it's my bedroom specific. Is what they're doing.
Okay, let's get to your house later. Let's continue on with this line of thought of the hotels, please.
Yes. It's easy. There's a 1/2-inch gap under the door.
Yeah. But I was talking about the thing where they're on the other side of the wall. What are they doing on the other side of that wall? What's your guess?
Well, you're not going to want to hear this because I know what it is, and you don't. You think it's crazy talk, but I know it's a fact. Microwave ovens, microwaves. And
I don't think it's far-fetched, and it's got some people that are listening to. Well, some people are going to be listening to this. They're going to be raising their eyebrows, but it's boots on the ground. Why don't you tell me then this microwave oven on the other side of the wall in the hotel? Is that right?
That's correct.
Why don't you go ahead and explain that?
Well, all hotels' rooms are set up the same. If you walk down the hallway, each room is set up the same. I have actually heard people on the other side, almost like they're rearranging the furniture, but basically they're just pushing the TV over, putting the microwave onto the dresser. The dresser is faced directly at my headboard where I'm sleeping. And microwaves go through walls. They go through headboards, and they go to you. And this has been done to me many times.
How do you know that, though? How do you? How would you proclaim to know that, please?
One time I was staying at the Hilton, and my TV set started going weird in my room. So I walked to the room next door where I knew the perps were, by the way, and I knocked on the door, and nobody answered the door, but she came. A girl came to the room. But before that, I heard the guy say, "Well, I got it up to 50. I got it up to 50. Isn't that working?" And I said, "Do you have trouble with your TV?" "I'm having trouble with my TV." Through the door, mind you. She didn't open the door to tell me. And
okay.
She goes, she says, "Well, we don't have a TV." Are you kidding me? This is a hotel.
Of course they have a TV. All right. So, what? It's your assertion that they had a microwave.
I changed rooms in that hotel immediately. I called downstairs and I said, "Look, this room is noisy. I'm getting a lot of traffic noise outside. I want a different room." So I changed rooms, and then it was okay. Nothing happened.
Okay. Now, how many hotels does this happen in? The chems as well as the microwaves. How many hotels, please?
I've stayed in 80 hotels at least, and I would say it happened in 60.
So 60, it's your side of the story. Is it 60 of the 80 hotels that you've stayed in? You've been what? Cammed, radiated? What else is there other than cam and radiation? And is that your story?
That's it. That's all they do. That's it. That's all they do.
Okay, it's essentially, is it the same story every time? I mean, can you hear these people on the other side of the wall? How do you suppose that they explain the check-in process, please? As you're checking into the hotel room, how do they know? Did you make reservations there? How did they know you were coming? What's the deal?
No, they never knew I was coming to the hotel.
Because you don't make reservations.
Never. Because we're driving, and when it gets dark, we stop and we stay in a hotel. Now, this was a year ago, but
okay. Keep going.
No reservations ever. But every time we checked in, we had to give a credit card. They all hotels require a credit card, except the little no-tell motels, the cheap little places.
Okay, so the class joints that you stay at, you have to show them a credit card with, and it's got your name on it, and then what happens? Please.
Their eyes kind of light up. They kind of bug out. We always get the room at the end of the hallway. Always the last room. You know, I've been through this with a couple other people. You know, after about the 40th time, I said, well, you know, this is just weird. We're always getting the last room, the stairwell, and, you know, and on the other side of the stairwell is the end of the hotel. That's it. There's no other room. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
This is where I get stuck.
All right. So tell me more about the reaction of the check-in clerk at the hotel, please.
Well, I give them my credit card, and they say no problem. We'll set you up with the room. But their reaction after I type my name or whatever, it gets weird. I mean, they're you know, they seem to get nervous. So I think that some of these hotel rooms are set up by the DHS or whatever. For
DHS
TI.
meaning Department of Homeland Security, for a
That's
TI,
right.
a targeted individual.
I think they have hotel rooms set up. I know that sounds crazy. You know, people are going to listen to this and go, "What is this guy's not?"
Some people are, but some people may have it happening to them. Why don't you go ahead? Please tell the story.
But I'm just telling you, it's happened to me so many times. I can't see how every time I end up at the end of the hallway. How is that possible?
And have you ever said to the check-in clerk, "I don't want to be at the end of the hallway. Why don't you put me in the middle somewhere"? Did you ever say that to them?
I have been in hotels where I have changed room 2 times. I've been in 3 rooms. You know, I just say, "Oh, no, I'm not staying in this room." They put me in another room. I said, "No, I'm not staying in here." So, you know, hotels.
Was that another room at the end of the hall, or what's the deal?
Yeah, they put me on. They go, "Okay, we'll put you on the 8th floor." It's the same goddamn thing. I'm in the end of the thing on the stairwell. I go, "No, this is not what I'm not going to do it." So, you know, sometimes I've made them change the room where I'm in. Actually have rooms between me, you know, like in the middle of the hallway instead of at the end, you know.
Okay, so now we've talked about. All right, so I think we got the hotel thing down now. Is there anything else before we leave the hotel and start talking about some other situations? Anything else you want to say about the hotel situation?
No, other than I think they have rooms set up for TIs. I honest to God, I really do. I think they do.
Okay, now you have indicated.
I think something comes up on the computer, like a red flag, black flag, and they say, "Oh, geez," their eyes bug out, you know, and they go, "Oh, wow," you know. And,
so somehow the clerk is alerted that you need to go into a TI room, which you say are at the end of the hall.
To a certain room on the computer. It comes up. I think it comes up on the computer because they
okay. Now
you
said the word "we."
The computer around. They never turn the computer around.
And
say,
right.
"Well, here, take a look." You know how it is.
Now you said the word "we." Are you checking in these hotels by yourself, or are you with someone?
No.
Tell me about that, please. And do they notice it?
Yes, they do. Yes.
So the person that you're
really
with notices it.
I don't want to get into family, but yes.
Okay. So, but they do notice it. So now, would you say that they're a targeted individual also, or what?
I don't think so. At this point, I do not believe that to be the case.
But they have to put up with living with you, a targeted individual.
Yes, which is very difficult. It's very.
I can imagine. Okay, now where else, other than your home, out front of your home where you smoke? We've talked about the casino. We've talked about the hotel. Tell me where else this type of thing happens, please.
I believe, now this sounds weird, but I believe I've had it from a truck. I don't know how, but they have like some kind of spray mechanism through their grill. Now, I know this sounds absolutely insane, but...
So this isn't like a big Kenworth or a Mack truck. This is like a 4-wheeler or something like that.
Yeah, it's like a like a Ford F-250, 4 whatever.
Now, is it coming out of the grill? Is it coming out of their rear end, out the side? Where is this coming from? Do you think?
The grill. The one time it's happened to me, it was the grill, and I could hear it. I mean, the guy made a left turn while I was sitting there.
Hello.
I mean, I go, what the, So that they do that. The protocol is just insane. When it comes to doing that kind of stuff, it's just insane.
All right, so was this just one time that's been done in a vehicle, or have there been other times also, please?
No, I think there's been other times where I left the vehicle in a certain location and you have to go. You can't drive your car into the store. And when I come back, my eyes will start burning,
When you get back into the vehicle, when you put your groceries or whatever.
My eyes will, and my nose will start running like water, and I go, God, I have to open I get out immediately and open the doors and just air the car out,
Now, how many times out of 10 does that happen? 1 time, 2 times, 8 times? What do you say?
5 out of 10. It's a 50-50.
Half the time. Half the time. And half the time. And now, recently, regarding vehicles, I heard you talking on another show. Do you drive clunkers? Do you drive nice new vehicles? What do you have to say? And I think you also talked about another family member had their car in the shop at the same time. Why don't you tell the story about that, please?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, we had. I had somebody in a parking lot backed into our car, and they put a dent in the car. So while I was having that car fixed, our other car broke down in a parking lot. It wouldn't start. And
now, is the other car a clunker? Is it a nice brand new, or what's the deal?
I don't have clunkers. It's nice.
Okay, it's a nice new vehicle. All right, and for some reason it wouldn't start as you were getting your other nice new vehicle repaired.
Correct. And my wife called me and said it wouldn't start. And some gentleman helped her in the parking lot. And ever since then, it started perfectly. I mean, we have had no problems. I took it to Ford.
Okay, but there was a situation. Okay. There was a situation a week or two ago where you had 2 cars that were down, but I mean that's going to happen.
No, that doesn't. That is unnatural to have 2 cars down. But I had a loaner from the place that was fixing the other car, so we did have.
Okay, well, all right. So that's enough on the car. What about cars in general? I mean, we talked about one case where a truck was going around you, a 4-wheeler, F-250 or something like that was driving around you, and you heard the spraying. Tell me some more about these cars that go around you, please.
Well, I tell you what I do now. I drive with the windows up. When I smoke in the car, it's usually when I'm going down a large street with no traffic, But when I automatically just roll the windows up now. I've gotten used to it, As long as the windows.
You've gotten used to it being. You've gotten used to being chemmed or chemicaled or sprayed. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
When you're driving down the road, how often does that happen? How many times out of 10 that you go out on the road does it happen?
Well, I could tell when it happens because the window is coated, or the windshield is coated with little sticky dots, like stick. You could see them in the sun. It's like, and then I
like sap off of a tree or something like off a maple tree.
Like that, but I don't park under a tree, so it's obviously something else. Yeah, exactly. That's what.
All right. Well, what other things have you noticed other than like the sticky dots, the sap effect? What other Go ahead.
I get that on my windows at my house, and I constantly, I have somebody come over to clean the windows, because I don't want to get outside and get hosed down while I'm cleaning a window. So I have somebody else do it, and that's regularly, because they get coated with the same sappy crap, whatever it is. I don't know.
No, that's the first time I've ever heard that concept. I've listened into these calls here on TalkShoe.com that are TI calls from people who are saying they're being chemmed. What are some of the other things that are unique to this situation of being chemmed, shot with chemicals, what have you? Please explain.
Oh, it's making me sick. I mean, like every day I get just a little bit sicker, where I have trouble walking now because of the neurological damage this has done to me. I mean, I'm not a diabetic. I should not have neuropathy. There is no logical explanation for me having neuropathy. Nobody in my family has ever had it, and it's a nerve that makes it very difficult, painful to walk. You know, and 3 years ago I was jogging 2 miles a day. You know, now.
Okay, now you've said that you have lived in the last X months or years in 5 different states. How many months? And why don't you explain some of that, please?
I've had 5 houses in the past 3 years.
Okay, and please continue. Please.
2 in California and 3 in Idaho.
Really?
I you know what? I keep moving, thinking, well, if I move, this will stop. And, you know, I'll go to a new place, and hey, everything will be peachy keen. But let me tell you, it doesn't work that way. It just does not work that way. I mean, wherever you go, they just set up shop. It really doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
What do you mean by set up shop? Please explain that.
The perps. I mean, they either co-opt the neighbors and move in, or
how do you do that? How do you suppose they do that? I mean, how do you suppose a perp would co-opt a neighbor to get them to let them to move in? What do you mean by that, please?
I think that they come by and they say it's a national security issue. You know, they flash a badge. We're DHS. We're NSA. And they make
National Security Agency.
Yeah, they make them sign some stupid piece of paper. You know, like all of a sudden they're all top secret agents or some stupid shit.
Some non-disclosure agreement. Is that what you're saying? It's a non-disclosure agreement?
Exactly. Because they won't talk to you about anything. You know, I've been here 7 months. I haven't had a neighbor talk to me yet. Not a single word.
Okay, what else is going on around with the neighbors? Not necessarily just that house, but any of the houses. What is unusual? What has been unusual that has happened, please?
They disappear. I mean, I moved here.
Who is it? Who disappears? Who disappears?
The neighbors. You never see them. And they got the weird thing, Chuck, is they got kids. You know, they got 3 kids across the street, 2 kids next to them, and 3 kids. I haven't seen a kid here in 6.5 months. You know, the first week we were here.
Well, how do you know they have kids then if you haven't seen them?
Well, they were here the first week we were here. They're out there playing. They're going back into the houses. They just don't let them out. I mean, it's bizarre. They don't let, and I never see the people.
Okay, so it's your assertion that you think some NSA or DHS agent goes to your neighbor after you just moved into a house and sets up shop.
Yes,
and this happened in 5 different residences. Is that right?
Absolutely correct. And they show maybe a fraudulent file on you. I don't even know if these are real DHS agents or real NSA people. It could be just neighborhood watch goons. I have no idea. I don't know who these people are. You know, I don't know who tells the lies to the neighbors, but the lies are told. That's a fact.
Okay, what else happens with the neighbors would be eyebrow raising for people that are listening in to this public domain recording, which will live for all eternity. Please, what else do you think is unusual regarding the neighbor situation?
When I leave the house, the neighbors have approached my wife, which I find unusual, and they say, well, gee, we'd like to get to know your husband. Of course, I'm not here. And another guy says, well, I'd like to break the ice. Maybe we can go out and for some drinks. I'm not here. When I come home, I never see these guys. They never come over. I never see them outside. But they make friends with my wife when I'm gone, which is, to me, extremely suspicious. You know. Why would they talk to her?
And this has happened in one house or in all 5 houses? What say they, please?
It's happened in 3 of these houses. The other 2 that they never came out. I never got them. You know,
so in 3 of the 5 houses where you've lived, the neighbors have approached your spouse while you were gone.
Yes, while I was either in the hospital or gone. and they know I'm gone. You know, that I'm surveilled 24 hours a day, so that they know I'm not here. So it's a perfect time to approach my wife and say, "Oh, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm Joe Blow. You know, whatever." And
okay, so what else is unusual? These are some really good examples. What else? Half of which I have not heard you talk about before. What else happens around the homes that you've lived in? The one you're at now, or the previous 4, please.
The last house, not this house, which we've been in 7 months. The last house. I actually caught a guy with a spray tank outside, and he was pretending to. It was a big tank, 4 foot, metal tank, wand. He was pretending to spray for ants, and this was 11 o'clock at night, I'd say. And I watched this guy, and I started walking down. I had a big circular driveway. I walked to the end, and the guy took off running. He ran down the street. But he came out of the guy.
What's your guess on how much this tank weighed? 50 pounds, 200 pounds? I mean, what's your guess based on the way he's running or what have you?
Well, he was running pretty slow. He had the tank in front of him, so I'd say it weighed maybe 40 pounds.
Huh.
It's a big metal tank with a wand. But I approached the neighbor. The next day, the neighbor came out, and I approached him, and I said, "Listen, there was a guy with a spray tank. He came off your property, and he pretended to be spraying for ants, and he ran down the street." And he goes, "Well, that's suspicious." He tells me. I go, "Well, yeah." I said, "Yeah, it's suspicious." I said, "He
now
came
you
off
said that happened on one occasion. What are some other things that have happened like that, please? That are unusual.
That's the only time I've ever caught a guy.
Anything else unusual regarding neighbors or regarding your residences?
Just my residence. I've had people on the roof. That's a fact. I've had people jumping up and down on the roof on.
Now this is at a house, one occupancy house that you owned or that you rented, or what was the deal?
No, I own. I own all these houses. They're all mine. And they get up on the roof. I can tell you. I mean, it's just they do. But
are they roofers? I mean, what do they do? Or what are they thugs?
They're not roofers. They're perps. I don't know. I think they're pumping their crap into the vents up on the top of the roof. I don't know. I've heard them jump on the roof. I've heard them jump off the. But
I'll tell you, this is pretty strange stuff. Well, why don't you go ahead?
But
what else?
You have to understand this happens at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:30. You're asleep. They wake you up, and you're groggy, and you're in bed, and you go, "What?"
Okay, so what else happens around the house? What else happens, please? Hello?
Yeah.
Are you there?
No, yes, I am. That's about it. I mean, that's about it. I mean, they're not going to come out. The perps aren't going to come out and say hi. How you doing? They hide. They're cowards.
Okay, now other than the casino, we talked about the run the house. We talked in the bedroom and outside and with the tank. Where else where else does this sort of thing happen, please?
Well, we stayed in an apartment while escrow was closing on a house for 10 days, and that was a pure nightmare. That was an absolute nightmare. That was the perps. When you live in an apartment,
was this a 4-plex, a 20-plex? How many?
It was a 3-story apartment, so this thing was huge. But I'll tell you what, they move next door, they move above you. They
were that quick? You mean that they were able to do it that quick?
That quick.
You were there for.
When I moved in, get this. When I moved in, 2 people were moving out, and I said, "What?" The guy next door to me was moving out, and the guy above me moved out.
Out of the house out of the apartment that you wanted to move into, or what?
Out of the apartment immediately. And I said to the guy that was upstairs, I go, "Well, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you." And he goes, "Well, yeah, it was a short meet because we're moving out." I'm only staying there 10 days until escrow closes, but that's the lengths they go to. The protocol is just ridiculous. I'm telling you.
What else other than apartments? That's a good example. Let's have a couple. Let's have some others, please. Lots of examples, please.
I've given you everything. I've given the apartment. I've given you the hotels. I've given you the houses. That's basically the 3 places that I go.
Okay, where else? What about when you're in malls? When you're in stores in a mall? When you're in bathrooms?
No, I don't go out. I do not go out. I when I go out, I sit in my car, and that's it. And I get.
Where do you sit? In parking lots or where? Go ahead.
Parking lot, empty parking lots. Well, they're empty for about 10 minutes, and then I get one on the left, one on the right, and one in front of me that backs in and faces me. And it's so obvious. It just.
So they blocked you in. So in other words, you can't get out.
Well, until I get out of the car, and I have my phone camera, and as soon as I take a picture of the plates, they drive off. They go away. That's it. They scatter. They don't want to be seen. They don't want.
Okay, now that's one situation, like the parking lot. Where else might this happen as you're out and about, moving around, driving, what have you?
That's about it. I'm being honest with you. That's where I go. I mean, I go there to get fresh air. I go there not to get cammed, if you can believe that or not. I got to go to a parking lot in a car, open the windows to get fresh air. That's the honest to God truth. And I do it every day. Every day. Rain, snow, sun. That's what I do. That's the only way I can get fresh air. What kind of life is that to lead? You tell me. I mean, that's a
Okay,
horrible
so
life.
once again, my name is Chuck. This is TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, and I'm talking to T. Idaho. He's got a talk show that he hosts, number 123048. Hey, tell me the deal. Your talk show call got shut down yesterday, probably because you were. I'm sorry. We'll just brush on this for a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to beat you up on it, but you talked about a gun. Now these things that you said to me would appear to be make you kind of mad, obviously. Hostile, right?
Well, the problem is,
we don't want to.
I want to tell you the problem with that call, and I'll tell you what happened. I called into the show a half an hour after that happened. What I should have done is just wait a couple hours and cool off.
So you're hot under the collar when you called in. After what happened again, please? After what happened? What per se? What happened, please? What happened
I was
half
in
an
an
hour
empty
ago?
parking lot. A guy pulled up next to me, and I was there for 2 hours. It was empty, so I said, okay, time I was going to go. I'm home, and I stopped. I took a picture of his license plate because he's a perp. He's a perp. He's parked next to me. There's no reason to park next to me.
Yeah, I got that. I wanted to get.
Well, he called me an a-hole. And that's the first time a perp has actually said something. And that.
But you've taken their pictures before, but this is the first time anybody ever got into your face about it.
Exactly.
Is that right?
He got out of the car, and I made it very clear to him that if he got any closer to me.
Yeah. Well, we don't need.
Well, I don't want to get into it because
because I don't want to ruin this recording.
Well, no, neither do I. I'm just telling you what happened.
But anyway, so talk show, because you did get kind of explicit on that recording, and I actually killed our previous interview because of it, because it sounded like you were a bit of a hothead. So I threw the previous. This one is 10 times better than that one. But
listen, can I tell you something, Chuck?
Yeah.
I'm not a hothead. I'm a nice guy. I don't bother anybody. I never go out of my way to bother people. I don't waste my time. I just want to be left alone. Like my TIs all over
targeted
the world.
Individual TIs.
They want to be left alone. They don't want to be effed with all the time.
Yeah.
And it just builds up in you. I mean, you get effed with every day. Sooner or later.
But anyway, your talk show got shut down because of it. You don't know if it was because of that, but your show was shut down. It had the call closed sticker on it. I forget what it said. And but you called them up. You called talk show up. Is that right? Well, tell me how that went. If you can do so without outing anybody's names or anything like that. Tell me how that went, please.
I'm just going to say it went good. I don't want to get into that too much. My recordings are gone, but you're big on the public domain thing. Explain that to me. Why do I have to say public domain?
I want them, because had you put them in the public domain, and had you explicitly stated that this call is in the public domain, as is this one that you and I are talking on right now, then that would give anybody the ability, the legal ability to copy those MP3 recording files and paste them. But because you did not, not put them in the public domain, I wouldn't copy something that wasn't public domain because it's not mine to copy. So that's why I'm trying to get you, if you want to get the word out about this, and I would think you'd want the word out about this.
I do, and that's the truth. I mean, I wouldn't. Why bother? Why bother if you can't get the word out? What's the point? We're just spinning our wheels.
Well, I'm saying then at least put them in the public domain and make sure that the other person explicitly knows that they're going to the public domain. But anyway, so where in the heck were we? We were just talking about your calls. But you talked to them and you convinced them that you were you, and they reactivated the call, less all the old recordings.
Correct.
Okay, and then what? Now what?
That's
Hello?
all I want to say. Yeah. That's
no,
all
I want to hear more about it. I want to hear more about it. Now what are you going to do?
No. I'm just leaving it as it is. If I have to say public domain, it's no big deal. I'll just say it.
You don't have. I was telling you, if you do it, if you want to get the word out, you'll use that verbiage, and the person that you're recording will know it. But this recording is not about me. This is about you. So, other than the chems, tell me about the stalking. Tell me about tell me what happens, please.
Oh, the gang stalking. Everything with me is like you say, boots on the ground. There's no crazy, wacky crap. I mean, it's
like you hear on so many of these other talk show calls. They make stuff up. They're liars, essentially.
Yeah,
they're far-fetched, crazy talkers.
Once you start bringing some of the stuff they bring in, everybody loses credibility because this is all done on the ground. This is all people on the ground effing with you nonstop. That's the truth. It has nothing to do with outer space. Maybe GPS somewhere. Maybe GPSing your automobile somewhere is from a satellite. That I'll give them. But everything else is on the ground. I guarantee it. Has nothing to do with anything but people on the ground.
So what's your take on there's all these other calls here on TalkShoe.com that constantly spew all this wild and woolly nonsense? Do you think they're agents? Do you think they're crazy talkers? Are they members of secret societies? What do you think? Why did they do it? Why did they lie so much?
I don't know. Maybe some do it to confuse people, to make them think, these TIs, they're all crazy. Listen to this crap. They're all nuts.
So they're paid or compensated crazy talkers, or they're doing it as part of their, do you think they believe their stuff? Do you think they're liars? Or what do you think?
I think some make this stuff up. Whether they get paid or not, I have no idea. But I think they mix some crazy shit in with real stuff, which makes it difficult for people that are real TIs that know what happens on the ground, what happens next door, what happens in the parking lots, what happens in the stores, you name it.
Tell me about what happens in the store to you. I want to hear about the store. What is it?
I went to a store once, one of those Wonder Bread stores. It's like an outlet where you get everything for with 80% off, And I was the only one in there, and within 10 minutes there were 15 people in that store.
Now, is that a fairly typical thing for you, that there'd be a flood of people?
To be honest, that happened to me once, but that was mobbing. And they mobbed me. But this was early on, And
now, I want
even
people
the lady,
that are listening into this, I want them to Google the term flash mob. Google that term, flash mob.
Exactly.
So I've had that happen only a couple of 3 times, too.
Right.
Been flash mob.
Often. But the cashier.
How do you think they pulled it off?
The cashier said, I've never seen this many people in this store at one time. And then they were all wandering around, just like, goofy. I mean, but that's only happened to me once. So I'm lucky there, you know.
Well, tell me about other situations in stores, please.
Well, I've been in the regular stores where I've had people just ram their carts into mine and not say excuse me and give me a dirty look, you know, and that's Perp City. I mean, you know a perp when you see them. You know, they act like perps, you know.
Oh, the perps I've noticed is they never want to make eye contact with you. What's been your experience with that, please?
Exactly the same thing. They'll run the card into you. They may look at you, but usually they don't. They just make you uncomfortable and then, you know, leave. You know, it's like hit and run. You know what I mean? They're not interested in looking at you. They know what you look like. They've seen your picture. Believe me. So,
where did they see your picture at? What's your guess?
I'm sure that they show these people files. You know, they have a file on you. You know, and they show pictures. I've had pictures taken of me. I've had videos taken of me in parking lots. I was in a parking lot, and a lady maybe 40 feet away took out a video camera, got out of her car, and was zooming in, taking pictures of me in my car. But I finally just said, I don't care. You know, here's what I look like. What are you gonna do? You know, what am I supposed to hide? You know, it's not gonna happen. So that's it. You still there?
Testing. Yeah, I'm back, and I messed up.
Okay.
I messed up. I'm sorry.
That's no problem.
But anyway,
No
tell me some other stories about the stalking, please. Where does it happen?
I've had people threaten me. Last year, I got 4 death threats in person from perps in California, San Diego to be exact.
Now, is this because you mouthed off to them, or is this
no.
just somebody out of the blue walk up to you and threaten you, or what?
Yes, 2 in hotels and 2 in parking lots. Like, don't make me pull my piece on you, you know. And you know, I could cap him 8 times.
Listen. I'm asking you not to talk like that now, because I don't want to kill this interview. Well, you know, I'm telling you right now, pal, you're bordering on that. If you continue to talk like that, I may have to kill this interview and throw the whole thing away, because I do not edit. So I'm asking you to not talk like that.
Okay,
I don't
but they said that to me. I didn't say that to them. They said that to me. You asked.
All right, so please continue then. Somebody said, go ahead.
Hey, when you get a death threat, it's pretty specific. You know, that's what they said. I didn't say it. They said it to me. So you asked me, and I told you. So,
sure, okay. And what else, please?
I don't know. I've been threatened in parks, you know, just by guys, big guys, slapping their hands together, calling me effer. You know, calling me this, calling me that.
Just for no reason. Just walking through a park, minding your own business, and some effort.
Yes, I don't know these people. They just harass you and threaten you like that. That's all happened. Everything I told you has happened to me.
Sure, I'm listening. I'm looking for other examples too, because we're getting into lots of examples here.
Right.
So I'm looking for examples of other things. Guys slapping their hands together, big guys in a park.
Like,
where else does that happen?
Slapping their fists together, like their fists into their hand, you know, and looking at you, not saying anything. So you can't really accuse them of anything. You can never accuse these people, because the stuff they do is they could say, well, I was exercising, you know. They can make up anything. As long as they don't do anything besides, you know, intimidate you.
All right, so where else has this happened at? What other sorts of death threats? Let's focus on that for a sec, if we could, please.
I haven't had any in Idaho. I had those in California. And they were all like, I'm going to just tell it flat out, Mexican gangbangers. They were all, you know, skinhead Mexican, you know, gangbangers, white t-shirt.
Really?
Yes.
Almost all of the death threats you've had have been Latino gentlemen. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Any
Absolutely.
other ethnicities? My harassment has mostly been 99.5% Caucasians. But how does your harassment differ from mine, please?
Mostly Hispanic, to be honest. But here in Idaho, I also get white, a lot of white. So I get both, you know.
Okay, so, all right.
Harassment.
Let's talk some more on the death threat thing. Other examples of death threats, please.
Well, I can't really tell you what they said because you're going to get angry. I mean, these people are mean. They mean business.
Oh, I see. I'm only get angry if it was you talking like it, but that's all right.
Oh, no. It's not me talking like that. It's them talking to me. You know, don't make me pull my piece on you. I mean, that's a threat.
Yes,
that's
obviously.
a death threat. You know, I mean, what else could it be? You know, and I don't know this person, you know, and this is in a hotel. They're outside walking down the stairs, and they turn around and they say my room number, room 223. Don't make me pull my piece on you. I open the door and the guy's standing there at the bottom of the stairs. And I don't know this guy, you know. Then he gets on his cell phone.
Now, so you're getting ready to walk out the door, and somebody down the hallway knows your room number. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. But they're at the bottom of the stairs. I'm at the top of the stairs. And they make the threat at the bottom of the stairs, and then they
So that
turn around.
sounds to me like they had surveillance inside of your unit, and they knew you were coming to the door. What do you say about that?
Well, I'll tell you what. It was an N unit, as usual. I'm at the end of the freaking hotel, so you know, whatever they set up in the room next to me, I have no idea. It's you know.
Okay, now I'm going to listen to this recording, and I'm going to
death threat there.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to this recording when I get done. I'm going to say, "Oh, God, I should ask this. I should have asked that." What do you think? What do you want to say?
Chuck, you asked all the right questions, and I gave
I'm
you
just
honest
saying,
answers.
I'm not arguing with you, but what else do you have to say that you wish you had said? What else do you want to tell? What do you want to tell people?
What I want to say is I want to get off the list. Get me off this list. I've been listed somehow, and I didn't do anything. I didn't break any laws. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't do anything. Well, like all these TIs. I mean,
targeted individuals.
Yes. What are we? Experiments? Are we just something to be threatened with? You know, what is the deal? You know, is the government behind this? Who's doing this? Is it a secret society? Is it a secret society? I don't know. Is it cops? I don't know. But whoever it is, I want them to stop it. That's all.
Have you ever had cops that you thought were in on it, were participating? Let's hear about that, please. The cops that you thought were in on the stalking and the harassment, please. Let's hear that.
Well,
Hello?
I've been set up. I was set up once. I mean, I went
is this
to the
one
FBI.
occasion, or is it many occasions, or?
2 occasions. It was like a setup, you know, and I let the police into my house the first time. The second time I didn't. And you know, all I can tell you is they were setups. They're just looking for. They ask you questions like immediately, like, "Are you on medication?" You know, and what's that got to do with anything? You know, what did I do?
They knocked on your door and they want to know if you're taking medication.
Well, yeah, because I told them the guy behind me had a spray tank and a face mask.
Oh, so you called the cops. You called the cops.
Absolutely.
Is what you're saying.
Yes.
You initiated the call.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the cop comes back to my house and says, "Whoa, that's nothing. That's just a bucket." And I told him, "Look, I know what a bucket looks like. You know, I'm talking about the spray tank that I see."
Okay, but let's hear some other cop stories. Why do you think the cops were in on it, though?
Because they come to my house after that. The guy says,
well, I
"Well,
mean, when you call them, they're going to come to your house. That's what they do."
Yes, but I told him to go. I told him about the guy behind me. So he goes, "All right, look, I'll go behind him and I'll talk to him." And he comes back and he tells me, "Oh, it's a beautiful family. It's a young guy in his 20s with his wife. They got 2 kids. They're all a bunch of crackheads. I know these. You know, the neighbors tell me these people are on crack.
Okay. What else? What do you want to say to the people that are doing this? What do you want to say to them? The people that are doing this.
They stop doing it. But you know what? They're not going to stop. I mean, you know,
why aren't they? Why are they not going to stop? Why do you say that?
Because unemployment is so high in America, people will do anything for a buck, and they get the worst scumbags in the world to do. They don't have to pay them much. I don't know what they get paid, but somebody pays them. I don't know who. I don't know how. Gang stalking. I'm not certain exactly how it works. But
now you had the Masonic logo that with the AG or whatever that thing is on your talk show, and you think maybe they shut your show down for that. We're walking on thin ice here, but I'm asking you to delicately explain that because you don't see much anti-Masonic on YouTube or Google, or you can't find it because I think it's buried. What do you say about that?
I agree. I had that logo up for 2 days, and then I started having problems when I tried to post something. I don't know if it's TalkShoe. I don't know what it is, but I got rid of the logo. I took it back down and put something else up, something silly, something.
On your talk show.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
you're not.
okay.
You're feeling kind of lucky you got your show back. Is that?
Yeah.
Am I putting words in your mouth? And now you're soft pedaling the Masonic aspect of it. Is that so?
Correct.
Okay. So you're, and so am I. So am I, because I've heard enough stories that about. Yeah, and besides that, you can't find anything derogatory about them on Google. It's like Google's gamed. It's like YouTube is gamed. It's like it's cleansed.
All you get is their propaganda if you look at it, you know.
You want to talk about Christians or any religion? That's no problem. They're fair game for talking
any
smack
kind
about,
of attack,
but not the
any
Masons. You can't find anything derogatory about them.
Not at all. No. It's all scrubbed. Everything's scrubbed. You know, all you get is their propaganda. I'm telling you. I mean, I watch it. It's funny. I watch their stuff, you know, but it's put out by them. You know, it's there.
I'm jumping all over, but this is the wonderfulness of Chuck. You know, this is what I'm known for. But how long ago, what month, what year did you become aware that you were organized stalked? When did it become clear to you that something weird was going on?
3 years ago.
How many?
3 years. That's it.
And how did that come down, please?
That started with the guy in the park. Like I told you, I was looking out my front window, and I lived across the street from a park. It was right across the street from my house. Like my house, sidewalk, street, sidewalk, park. And he's in the park, and he's slapping his hands together in a menacing way.
And he's threatening you from across the street. Is that right?
Yeah, and I didn't know him. I'd never seen him before. And I'm going, that's when it started. I'm telling you, that's when it
Now,
was.
did you call the cops on that guy, or what's the deal?
No. I had a cop that was lived next door to me, and I went over and talked to him. And he said, well, you should call that in and say there's this suspicious activity. And, you know,
I'm just curious, did the cop that lived next door to you, did you move in first, or did he?
No, he was there. He was there first. He was my neighbor for 5 years. 5 years.
And that's when it started. Was this guy in a park across the street from where you lived?
And the guy never trusted me. The cop. He said, I don't trust anybody. I said, well, I'm your neighbor. You trust me, don't you? And he said, no. Oh, it's just shit. I mean, I'm your neighbor, you know. So, as far as I know.
Okay, and then what happened after that? So the kickoff, if you will, was the guy across the street in the park from you, and what came down after that?
I started getting more threats and more threats, so we sold the house. You know, we actually sold the house, and we liked the house, you know, but we sold it, and we moved back to California, and it was Stock City there, so we moved back here, and I've been in 3 houses here, so
So it followed you. Did you have any idea that this stalking was going to follow you? You said it was Stalk City there in California from the previous state where you lived. Is that right?
No, I did not know. I thought, if you get away from it, go someplace else, another state, you'll be okay. That's what I thought. But that's not the way it works.
And has it been okay anywhere?
No, absolutely not. I think I could go to Florida and in a week they'd set up jobs. Not the same people, by the way. This is
obviously
state to state. You know how it works.
Yeah, it's nationwide. Do you have any? Have you been out of the country since this started?
No.
Okay. So, tell me about after you got to California. Tell me what types of stalking happened there, please. Hello.
Same thing. Neighbors. They let
Hello?
people. Yes, I'm there. Neighbors. They're the same thing. I mean, it's always with the neighbors. They're nice at first, and then they all of a sudden they change. They turn on you. It's bizarre. I mean, but that's
some people are going to think and right. I mean, understandably so. Some people are going to be saying, "Yeah, that sounds just like what's happening to me." But some people are going to be thinking, "This guy sounds like he's a little bit out there." What do you have to say? Because that's a fact. I mean, some people are going to think both.
Yes. Well, to the people that understand what I'm talking about, they're going to get it. The people that don't, hey, you're not being gang stalked. You're lucky. Consider yourself lucky this isn't happening to you. What I'm telling you is the truth. So if it's not happening to you, you are one lucky person, let me tell you, because it's a living hell. Okay? That's all I have to say. That's it.
Okay. Getting ready to shut the recording down here. Is there anything else that you want to say? Anything you want to say? What do you want to say to our illustrious leaders in government? The United States Congress, which is highly Masonic, by the way, if not vast majority are Masonic, and nobody wants to talk about that. What do you want to say to those right honorable people?
Hey, I don't think we have any chance. I honestly, when I think about it, and all the situations I've been in, all the moving I've done, everything I've been through, we're in a web, and I don't think it's going to be broken until something major happens.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Until something major happens, please.
Well, if society collapses, something has to happen. Something has to give. Something huge has to happen, and then maybe the attention will be directed elsewhere, because there'll be bigger problems than us. I think that's the only chance we have. So
what do you want to say to these Masons in Congress at the upper levels? What do you want to say to your particular congressman in the state of Utah there? What do you want to say to him?
I don't.
Excuse me.
I'll tell you what. I've never met the guy. I've heard him speak on the radio many times. Maybe I'll go see him and talk to him. Maybe, you can. I can go down there and talk to him. And maybe I could say something, like tell him my situation, and maybe he can do something. He sounds like.
Do you think these guys? Do you think these Congress people? Do you think your elected officials? Do you think they know about this issue of organized stalking? Do you think they know about it?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I think everybody in a higher position knows about it. How much they know, I don't know, but I think. If it's okay with the cops, then we're in big trouble. You see what I'm saying? Because then the neighbors say, "Oh, if the cops say it's okay, then we are screwed." Let me tell you, because they're not afraid of the cops. You know what I mean? So it's a vicious circle. It really is. And I think it's tight knit, and I think it's hard to prove.
What do you mean by that, tight knit? You think it's tight knit, vicious circle? I don't know. What do you mean by that, please?
Well, it's a tight knit web in every community. Nobody's going to come out and say, "Hey, you know what's happened to you? Here, blah blah." They're not going to tell you. So that the neighbors are very tight knit against you. You know what I mean? That's what I think. And
you ever do any time in the slammer for crimes? I'm sorry, I'm just asking.
Never.
Me neither.
Never. I'm not a criminal. I just want to be left alone, just like you, right?
Yeah, I want to be left alone, but more than that, I want to get the word out about this issue of organized stalking. And my talk show here is number 120297. I'm on every night lately, here as of November 2012. Every night at 10 p.m. Pacific time. That's 1 a.m. on the East Coast time zone. I'm here every night, and I want to talk to you if you're on either side of this equation. If you're the stalky or if you're participating in organized stalking, I want to talk to you. I want to go live.
I've never participated in this crap. I'm caught up in it. I'm a TI. I'm a real
targeted individual.
Targeted individual.
And when did you come? One of the things that I meant to ask you. When did you come to that realization? We said like 3 years ago is when it started at the park across the street. But when did it finally dawn on you this is a protocol?
Then, in the park. But now that I look back, I can kind of piece it together. You know how you look back and you go, well, maybe that's why this happened. You know, maybe why the jobs never, were always falling through. So, I think it could go back like 10 years. I don't know. It seems to go back.
What sorts of things were happening 8-10 years before that time, please?
Well, I'd get a job. I do a great job. I sold suits for Nordstrom's. I was a manager, and I got salesman of the month, many months. And then all of a sudden, the thing would fall apart. Everything just would fall apart, and all of a sudden, I'm gone. And it wouldn't make any sense to me. I couldn't figure out why. Why couldn't I? If I'm so good at this, the hell are they getting rid of me for? So I'd have to go to another place, and another place, and another place. It was endless.
And those are things that were happening 10 years ago.
Yeah, and they never made any sense to me. I mean, I think maybe now it's tied into this crap. It's been going on longer than I think.
Was these Nordstrom type jobs were they before 9/11? Were they post 9/11? What say they, please?
Before.
Huh. So it was going on before 9/11 even. Okay,
yeah,
so it's more than a decade ago.
My real problem started after 9/11. That's when that's when the shit hit the fan, basically.
The death threats from across the street from the guy in the park.
Thank you, Patriot Act. Exactly. I think it's all tied into that. I really do.
Okay. Was this guy put up to it? What's your guess? That's a heck of a question. But what's your guess? Was he put up to it?
I saw him on his cell phone maybe 2 or 3 times. He was talking to somebody, obviously, in a position above him. He's not talking to another perp. He's talking to somebody that's giving him direction. That's my best guess. So there is a hierarchy. In this thing. There's perps. There's handlers. There's got to be somebody above the handlers. I don't know how high it goes, but it's.
Now, what makes you think that there are perps and handlers? Have you read about this on the internet? How did you derive that conclusion, please?
Because somebody has to pay the perps. I mean, somebody has to give them money, and it's got to be a handler. Everybody's read that on the internet. Handlers, perps, this, that. But I believe it. Somebody has to come around and give them their money. Somebody pays them. They don't pay themselves. These guys are doing the work. So it only makes sense to me.
Okay, how many people, I mean, if it was happening to you for a decade before, more than a decade before, one would have to wonder how many people are in that same position now. They don't know. They're in the queue, but they don't know that they're the bubble rising to the top. What do you guess? What percent are you? You're the one of 10%, you're one of 100, or one of 1,000. What do you think? Terrible question to ask.
TI-wise, I have no idea. I have no idea how many TIs there are. I mean,
So who do you think does? Who do you think? Is there a big list of TIs? What do you think?
I think so. I do. I really
Who
do.
do you think maintains that list?
I think DHS. I think the fusion centers that hand out nothing but disinformation, that are unregulated. There's nobody in control of this crap. I mean, the government is out of control. You know, it's totally out of control. It really is, but people don't know it. And I think people that are aware of it, they get targeted. I think that's what it is. You know?
Okay.
That's my opinion. I have no. All you can have in this is an opinion. Will you agree with me with that? I mean, it's hard to get a fact. You know. So
yeah. Well, the thing is, there's so many people that make crap up. You know, that hang around here at TalkShoe.com. I'm so frustrated that basically as many as perhaps 90% of them are full of crap, and they're just making up stories. The far-fetched, unearthly. You don't know what to believe. They mix truth and lies. They mix truth and fabulous, far-fetched stories. You don't know what to believe.
Yeah, so
what do you say about that?
Obviously that will discredit a true TI, like that knows what's happening, boots on the ground. You know, it's not crazy shit. It's for real. It's the real deal. You know. But it's
okay. My name is Chuck, and I'm talking to T. Idaho. His real name is Mark, and his TalkShoe show number is 123048. Now, what's different about how long have you had that show going? Now we have to realize we said it earlier on the recording here. All the recordings were removed yesterday. Now we're back to starting it over. How long have you been doing that show? Tell me about your show, please.
3 weeks. I think 3 weeks tops, maybe.
Okay.
I think around 3 weeks.
All right. And what's different about your show?
I kind of wanted to have a show that explained how government was involved in targeting individuals and how secret societies carry this out, how Neighborhood Watch is involved in this. And I just kind of wanted to break it down from top to bottom, you know, from the highest echelon down to the lowest dirt perp, you know. I just wanted to try to get everything in between and try and figure it out.
I'm going to beat you up a little bit here. Oh, well, maybe more than a little bit, but you have some people on that show, and you try to be friendly with everybody. The only thing is 80-90% of them are full of crap, and they're wild and wacky woolly talkers. You know, they just make stuff up, and you let them have the mic. What do you say about that?
Sometimes I let them run the show. I do.
They're crazy talkers, and they take your show and they run it into the ground.
Well,
your
there was a
TalkShoe
lady
show number
on my
123048.
I had a lady on my show today. Her name was We the People, and I don't think she was crazy talking. I think she was an activist. I mean, and she sounded like an elderly black woman, and I can't figure out why they target these people. Why do they? You know, you hear the breakdowns like 70% women, 30% men, right?
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know what to think.
Well, that's what I keep hearing, and if you go on, you hear a lot of women, don't you?
Yeah,
a lot of women talking.
Yeah.
So you know, there has to be women out there.
But what's different about your show, other than you are polite to the crazy talkers? I'm sorry, I'm throwing a dart at you there, but go ahead.
No. I am polite.
To the crazy talkers, the crazier they want to be, the more polite. You'll never get faced off by T. Idaho, Mr. Mark, in Boise. You'll never get faced off by him.
No.
Sorry, that's the last
You know
dart I'll
what?
throw at you.
I'm sorry. I'm just a nice guy. What can I tell you? I was raised right. You know, I respect people. I respect you
respect people that are making up far-fetched crazy talk. They're trying to discredit targeted individuals, and they're making a bunch of crap up, and you feel the need to respect them as they spew crap that discredits TIs.
From now on, if it gets too bizarre, I'm going to have to mute. I don't want to do it, but I will. Okay?
Okay. All right, so that's your show. And you're on, likely to find you on any time here in November of 2012 or thereafter.
Let's hope so. God
Okay.
willing.
Okay. Now, is there anything else that you want to say, Mark T. Idaho? Anything else that you want to say before we call this? I want you to dig deep here, and I really am getting to the end of the interview now. What do you want to say about this TI issue?
I just
people,
want to
there's
tell
people
TI
that don't believe it.
The people that don't believe it, I can't say anything to because they're just not going to believe it. But the people that are TIs, I mean, God bless you, and I hope someday we can just get out of this mess and just have them. All we're asking is for them to leave us alone. It's not that big a deal. You know, we didn't do anything. I haven't been to court. I haven't been convicted. I haven't been tried. And, you know, leave me alone. That's basically what I want to say. Just, God, leave me alone. You know.
Okay. Anything else you want to say before? Go ahead.
Leave TIs alone. That's all I got. That's my last statement. Leave us alone. You know, go get a new hobby. Okay. Get something constructive. You know, do something else. Get a new hobby. Leave us alone.
Yeah, this is more than a hobby. This is their source of livelihood. Anyway,
well,
this
you know,
is Chuck.
Go get a real job.
Go ahead.
You know, get a job. Go to Walmart. Get a job. Leave us alone. You know.
There you go.
All
okay.
right.
T. Idaho,
Thank
thank you for being on with me. I'm going to hit the end key, then I'm going to shut the call down.
You're welcome.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, search for show number 120297, or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 6:45 p.m. on Sunday, December 2, 2012. This is episode number 3045. I have on the phone with me Nick Spinner. And how are you tonight, Nick?
I'm all right, and you?
Good, thank you. Now, we've been talking in the chat room about Agent 9 interviews on my last Talk Show, number 87161, episodes number 1078 and 1079. Have you listened to those interviews?
I have. I listened to the 107.8 a couple days ago. I haven't listened to 107.9 in a long time.
Okay, but now go ahead. What do you want to ask about that?
Well, we're talking about your idea of there being all these TIs turned perps.
I'm saying there are four kinds. I'm saying there are four kinds of people around here. There are TIs, targeted individuals. There's targeted individuals turned perp. I'm sorry. There are four kinds of people. Number one, there are secret society perp filth. Number two, there are pure TIs. Number three, there are TIs who have turned into perps. And number four, there are people that are trying to make sense of it all. Once again, number one, secret society perp filth. Number two, pure TIs. Number three, TIs who have become dirty. They have turned into TI perps. They're now perping, but they're masquerading as TIs. And number four, there are people trying to make sense of it all. Now, I learned that information from Agent 9 in about April of 2011, a year and a half ago, on my recording number 1078, and I did a chat room reading. Now, what do you want to ask about that? And I'm sorry for the long intro.
That's all right. I'm just saying that it's hard for me to get my mind around the idea of a TI turned perp. Well, first of all, I have heard you say in the past that you do think most of the perps are secret society people. I tend to think it's more government than secret society. I'm sure there's some secret society, but I don't understand why they'd risk it, because first of all, if they're mostly secret society, oh well, here's a TI that he just ran out of money, so now he's gonna will quickly initiate them into our secret society, or are you saying
No,
they're
he's not.
separate
I
from
don't
the
think a
secret society?
TI. I don't think a TI is ever going to be initiated into a secret society. They're just going to be turned into a perp, and I think they don't have any choice. They've got children. That TI, let's say he's 40 years old, or he or she is 40 years old. They've got children that are still in school. They've got assets. They've got a car. They've got a job, and all those things can be taken away from them. Unless they play dirty, and unless they play the dirty side of the fence. What do you say about that?
Well, some of them, let's say it does happen, if they do try and recruit a TI that's just around money, then not everybody would. You can't say everybody wouldn't have a choice. If they did that to you, I know you wouldn't become a perp, like right off the top right there. You'd come
Well,
right
I
back
know
to talk to you somehow.
I'm in a unique position because I know about this, because I spent nearly every night on TalkShoe talking about this one issue of organized stalking and of targeted individuals, of perps. I've spent so much time dealing with this, so I think I'm in outer orbit. I mean, as far as somebody who knows what's going on about this issue, So, but you're right. I will not perp under any conditions. I'd rather die than perp. I promise. And I'll go on. Go ahead.
If they were going to turn a TI into a perp, I don't think it'd be at that point. I think it'd be earlier on. They wouldn't say, now that we've completely ruined your life, come work for us. It'd be more like towards the beginning, and they'd say, if you want this torture to stop, or even maybe the TI would go to them if that's possible. Please, I'll do anything for this torture to stop. I'll even work for you or do this for you. And it might not be being a perp for them directly, but it might be doing something else, like shutting up about it, or
I mean, those are good points. Those are good points. And I would say, I wouldn't know, but I would say everybody would have their breaking point. When are they going to, the perps, when are the real lethal secret society perp filth, when are they going to go in for the kill on this person who is presently a pure TI? When are they going to go in for the kill? When are they, and I say, I don't know. I think it would be different for the circumstances would differ.
Yeah. But it just seems hard to believe that they'd be able to ever trust a TI to be like an actual perp for them. And you say they don't trust anybody, but that doesn't make my question worthless. It's an important question. Like, how would they ever be?
Why you would trust a TI? Well, I can try to answer that. How would you trust a TI who's turned into the type 3 that I talk about, the TI perp? That is because you've got their children, which you can have mobbed at school. You've got their job. You can push a button almost and take their job away from them. You can essentially, you've got them, man. You've got them by the shirt and curlies. That's why. What do you say to that?
But it's still too big of a risk because they've been a TI. They know TIs, other TIs if they've been on TalkShoe. So they'd learn everything. How come one of them would come forward? One of them would have come forward saying, I was a TI, then they hired me. Here's how they do this, that, and the other thing. They could never let that even be possible to happen. If they were gonna,
but by doing that, what I'm saying, by doing that, they risk their job, their car, their house, their assets, their children. They literally risk their very children by going on the offensive like that. But I concur with. I mean, you have some good points there. But and also the one thing I do want to say is only 1/1,000,000th of a percent of the people have found TalkShoe.
Right.
This is not all about TalkShoe. This is what I'm saying. This is a wide-ranging thing that's nationwide here in the States, and it's worldwide. It's literally everywhere. That literally organized crime makes them an offer they can't refuse. How can they refuse that offer of their children being able to continue on. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they can refuse that offer, the threat, if you will.
I don't know, but it I need more info than the
Okay,
Agent
well,
9 interview.
Once again, anybody who is listening to this interview, go to TalkShoe.com, find show number, my old show, which is shut down now, by the way, my old show, number 87161, and listen to the Agent 9 interviews, number 1078 and 1079. Those are recordings. It's only going to cost you half an hour of your life to listen to those two recordings. And to me, those are the most important recordings that I've ever done, bar none. And I've done more than 100 recordings, most of which I've kept. Some, 2/3 of which I've kept. What else do you want to ask about this issue of the TIs, of the Secret Society perp filth, number 1, of the pure TI, number 2, of the TI turned into a perp, number 3, and the fourth kind of person is just kind of that's trying to figure it all out? What else do you want to talk about that?
Well, I think just going back to the last thing you were talking about, even if everything was on the line, it doesn't matter to some TIs. They'd say everything's on the line. Okay, I have info on these perps. If they tried to recruit me or did recruit me, I'll expose them anyway.
Well, maybe that is the time when they'll push the hatchet on them. When they'll take them out, so to speak. I don't know. I know that a lot of TIs disappear. Supposedly disappear. So I hear that happens with no proof. There's never any proof.
Right.
If they want to get down and dirty.
Something I said in the chat, which is important, is a lot of people who, I don't know, I can't think of any specific people, but who you think is, that person used to be a TI and now I think they're a perp. If they're a perp, I think they probably were a perp when you thought they were a TI, just gaining your trust, learning the system of TIs on TalkShoe and just scoping the place out before going into perp mode, so to speak.
Yeah, I would concur with that. Sometimes you never know. And I don't think you can ever believe it. What people are going to say. I think the more they have to lose, the more chance they have of becoming dirty.
All right. I'm going to hang up.
All right. And that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain recordings, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297. That's the more preferable way to do it. Or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. right now is 6:25 p.m. on Wednesday, December 19, 2012. This is episode number 3046. And I have on the phone with me Seaboard. That's her pseudonym. And how are you tonight?
Doing as well as a TI can do.
A TI, a targeted individual. Okay, now, this is, once again, it's December 19, Wednesday, and we were just talking about the Monday, December 17th airing of the Jesse Ventura show. And did you watch that show?
I did not watch it. I watched parts of it, but I listened to the whole thing. But the reception was very poor that I was getting.
So you were listening over the internet, I take it, on one of these talk shows on TalkShoe.com?
Yes.
Okay, and I watched it 2 times. Once I saw it live here on, and now that it's posted, once again, it's season 3, episode 7. And you asked, go ahead. Why don't you just ask me?
No, I wanted your opinion about the program.
Okay.
I respect your opinion.
Okay, and I'm going to give my opinion on that. In all due respect to Jesse Ventura, I want to thank him for his service to my country. He was a Navy SEAL. He's been a governor, and now he's a talk show host on video. A pretty conspiracy theory is the name of it. But anyway, there were two things that he did on his episode recently. They talked about, to me, it's about organized stalking. He totally ignored the issue of organized stalking on season 3, episode 7. To me, the only thing that is true about this is organized stalking, and he totally ignored that. He did not mention it. The other thing that he did, he had 5 people, I believe I'm correct there, show up along with himself and the camera people with him and go out to a Gwen Tower, which might partially be true. I'm not saying, I don't know if it's true or not, but he didn't disclose that one of them, whose name he mentions on the episode, Lisa Becker. And if you go to freedomschs.com and you search the contacts, he didn't disclose that Lisa Becker is with freedomschs.com. And freedomschs.com is totally filthy, in my opinion. They totally ignore the issue of organized stalking. Many of the talk show hosts here, even on talk show, they admit that it exists, but they won't talk about it. And if they do talk about it, they flood it with crazy talk. And I believe that's what their job is. Their job is to flood away any talk about organized stalking with crazy talk, which is by and large what they talked about there. So they had this Lisa Becker, and she was in her, the camera people followed her into her bedroom and gave a very moving description of what happened. And I don't believe any of it, by the way. I think Lisa Becker is a filthy liar. I think Freedom SCHS, Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance.com, I believe they're filthy liars. What else do you want to say to me to just press a little harder? What you're interviewing me, or what say thee?
No, I just wanted your opinion about that.
The show, the conspiracy theory show. Okay. I've had you. Go ahead.
I'm glad that they talked about it, but I don't know what the general public is going to think about this, if they think about it, anything at all anymore. But
well, they use the term targeted individual. I guess that's good. I'm glad that they talked about the term targeted individual. The only thing is that they got it wrong about what happens to targeted individuals. And it's really Freedom SCHS's job to get a crazy story out. They're what's called controlled opposition. They're filthy. FreedomSCHS.com is a filthy operation. They're owned and run by the government. And I'm sorry, anybody who's been I'm sorry, Jesse, man, I love you, and I thank you for your service to my country. But I have to believe if you've been a governor and a Navy SEAL, I believe you were. I want to thank you for your service, but I have to say, I doubt your integrity on this one. I think it would have been your job to at least have mentioned the issue of organized stalking of targeted individuals. I think it would. I think you should have mentioned the term freedomschs.com, and that they're not all lily white, and there are people that have altering opinions on them, that they're controlled opposition. I believe that they should have done that. What else do you want to say to me, Seaboard, before I terminate this interview in the interest of time?
Well, I'm just saying that maybe in another episode, Jesse might talk about organized stalking.
Yeah, in that other episode, it might be a year or two down the road. But right now I have in the room T. Idaho, and T. Idaho is a person who is of interest here on on a talk show because he's got his own show number, and he's in my chat room right now. His show number is number 123048, and he talks about it, and he allows his call to be flooded with crazy talk. He wants to make friends with these people, and you can't make friends with these people, with these crazy talkers. What I'm saying is that they make up a bunch of crap, and just what I'm saying is that the stuff that was on Jesse's show 2 nights ago was crazy talk, and I had nothing. I don't believe it. I don't even believe that the people that were talking believe it, and they're good actors. And Lisa is a magnificent actor. She's just another one of the many actors that just spew crazy talk. And so, what if they spew part truth coming down the road? It's in a year or two. He had an opportunity. I have to doubt. Jesse, baby. Jesse, man, I love you, but I challenge your integrity on this one. Is there anything else that you want to say, Seaboard, before I terminate this recording?
Well, Chuck, I don't know if there is anything else I can say, because from what I've experienced, I'm one of the crazy talkers. But you have a
okay. Why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead? Tell me what you experienced. Well, let's go ahead. I don't want to hear about what they said. I want to hear about what you've experienced.
Let's
hear it. Let's hear what you've experienced.
No, because you can't have that on your show.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. I want to hear what you've experienced. Let's hear it.
That's your opinion. Well,
let's go ahead. Let's have what have you experienced?
I believe that they can read your mind.
Now, why would you believe that they can read your? My God, for crying out loud! Why would you believe that they can read your mind? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Maybe it's from the Gwen Towers. I don't know what they're using.
Why do you believe? So it's the Gwen Towers that this Jesse show is about. But why do you believe that they can read your mind? Tell me that. Well, I want to hear it.
Mr. Chuck.
Tell me, why do you believe that they can read your mind? Give me one reason.
Because that's the experience that I've had.
Well, a little more elaboration on that might be useful, because this is going to go into the recording for the duration of mankind. Now, why do you believe that they can read your mind? Why do you believe it?
Chuck, all I can say is that if you haven't experienced some of the I do think they come on there and they just, it's a joke to them, and they tell a lot of, fables and make up a lot of stuff.
Okay, and I have T. Idaho is just typing something into the chat room. Remember the cop that said that claimed he heard voices on Jesse's show. He's also a member of the FFCH Brigade. Search for Ken Baker was what T. Idaho said here. All right.
He doesn't believe in V2K.
Well, so now you're saying you believe in V2K. Why do you believe in that?
In a voice to skull?
Yes. I'm asking you why you believe in it.
Because they've shown that equipment that can do that.
Oh, so because somebody puts on a display and they show equipment that says, "Oh, we can read your mind," so therefore you believe it. Is that what you're saying? Why do you believe it? What demonstration have you ever had that beyond these guys have endless funds? Now, why would you believe that they aren't gaming you?
They have endless funds, and they're using.
They what? Now say that again, please.
They have endless funds, and they're using them.
Yes, they have endless funds, and they're using them. But I want to know why you believe they can read your mind.
If you
why do you believe it?
Experienced any of those things, you have been.
What I'm saying is, if I had, I would give the reasons why. But I'm asking you why you believe they can read your mind.
5% that haven't experienced some.
Why do you believe? Why do you believe?
When they do that wacky stuff to you, it silences you because you don't want to talk about it. Because
okay, so now you don't want to talk about it. So here you are. You have an opportunity to tell the world but you don't want to say, why do you believe? I'm only going to ask you one more time. I'm going to shut the interview. I'll just give you one more. I really want to hear, why do you believe they can read your mind? Why do you believe that? Do you have anything to say, Seaboard, before I terminate this recording?
Just have a blessed.
Okay, she was wishing me a blessed Christmas, and I terminated. According to T. Idaho, just typed into the room here, that whole Jesse Ventura show, season 3, episode 7, was an FFCHS psyop. By the way, you never once heard FFCHS, the filthy operation. What I say is they're killers. They're slow killers of targeted individuals. That's their job. Their job is to kill people slowly. That is their job. They make stuff up. They fled any talk show that has anything to do with the issue of organized stalking on the many TI talk shows, targeted individual talk shows here on TalkShoe.com. That's what they do. They will not allow. Yeah, I asked Seaboard a half a dozen times. Just give me one reason why. I would have liked to see Jesse get into the face of some people. He's welcome to call my show anytime here. Once again, this is Chuck. This is TalkShoe show number 120297. And that is the end of this recording.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. However, I cannot put this person's text that I'm reading in the public domain, but I'm not trying to make any money on it or anything like that. But anyway, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, number 120297, or click on the purple button on the top left corner of the screen, the Live Now button, to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 6:30 p.m. on Friday, December 28, Friday, December 28, 2012. This is episode number 3047. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a reading of a Facebook page, which has had the locks taken off of it. It's by Facebook.com/Francesca the One, FRANCESCA numeral 1. And here goes. I'm going to read this page. What is a perpetrator? The perpetrators of gang stalking. It was written on December 12th of this year, 2012. The perpetrators who would want this job. What is a perpetrator? A perpetrator is anyone who has been trained to harass, torture, maim, or kill a target, either by direct means or covert means, including electronical, biological, accidental, quote-unquote, means. Career perps make a good living dealing in misery to hapless individuals. Perps usually do not know what the victim personally, but they are supplied enough information to allow a well-oiled campaign of gang stalking and harassment. How may a perpetrator be identified? Mostly by their actions. If the perps are doing their job, they will reveal themselves. Look for the following. Number 1, irrational hatred. Hatred of the target for no rational reason. When pressed as to why they hate the target, the perp will give a really lame excuse like, I don't like your luggage, or something just as stupid or illogical. The perp is not going to tell the target the real reason because they're being paid to hate the target. It is that particular perp's job assignment to hate the target. That is how they earn their paycheck. This can be inconsequential unless the perp happens to be married to the target's best friend or family member. The ultimate goal is to destroy the target's relationship with the person and isolate the target from friends and family. Eventually, this will work in most cases. Another one is hidden agenda. Perps pretend to be going about doing ordinary things. However, careful observation will reveal a different agenda than most folks. Perps follow the target into a place of business and spend most of their time crowding the target space, and sometimes wind up doing very little business with that establishment. The perps follow the target out the door as they leave. Observation sometimes reveals they circle the block and come back into the establishment because that establishment is there for a period of time of the day. A loner perp has been in a vile business. The less human they become. The longer they've been in the vile business, the less human they become. This is especially true of those who have made this their lifelong career. Career perps are required to do evil things to targets every day without feeling remorse. This is a job requirement and inevitably results in a hardened, cold face, lacking in compassion. Some of the targets report that this has been most helpful in the early identification of perps. The next one is secret hand signs. Careful observation reveals that perps may use hand signs to communicate with one another. A sign that has been used repeatedly is bringing the hand up to cover the nose and mouth, then back down again. It is made to look like the perp is scratching his nose, but really means heads up. The target is approaching and is right behind me. Another one is unnecessary rudeness. Boy, can I relate to this. People being rude unnecessarily, and I will try to stick to the script here. Perps will consistently engage in rude behavior directed towards the target. Street theater, usually involving invasion of space, is a daily occurrence. Every retail establishment, parking lot, post office, doctor's office has had its own assigned cadre of perps to do the dirty work. Regardless of the time of day, perp gangs crowd in line at cash registers just ahead of the target and usually have a credit card that does not work or a price that needs to be checked, or simply engage the checker in endless conversation. The result is a lot of wasted time. Who are the perpetrators? Perps, number one, perps who apply for the job are usually people who can't find a real job. They just don't have what it takes to succeed on their own. Perps don't have to be smart. Anyone can be a perp and can make easy money to do this. They need to follow orders and never admit the truth, though. This type of perp usually does not advance, but will nevertheless have job security for as long as the people continue to believe that this is a type of a harassment. It is nothing but paranoid delusion reported by a few loonies. Number two, perps who are recruited for the job. Anyone can be recruited. Many people turn to the dark side in order and join this network, this vast network of evil. Homeless people, rich people, retarded people, addicts, alcoholics, young, old, geniuses, morons, people of any profession, people of all faiths and persuasions. Anybody desiring a place in this dark madness may have one. The most disappointing and pathetic of all are the Christians. There are quite a few pretend Christians involved in this conspiracy who have been tricked into joining. Such as, by the way, I might interject 4 of the ushers at the church I go to, and those are the ones that collect the money. If that doesn't make you squirm, I don't know what would. I'm back onto the script. These pretended Christians attend more perp meetings than Christian meetings and go about the day serving the dark side by heaping misery onto targeted individuals. Convinced that Christians are God's chosen and therefore chosen to decide who is undesirable and who isn't, who will live and who will die. How this is done is inconsequential. These types of perps mean well, but will continue to do evil until they truly find God. Number 3, perps who enjoy sadomasochistic activities. This type of perp has found perpdom to be the fulfillment of a lifelong dream. How else can anyone commit trespass, burglary, slander, vandalism, terrorism, drugging, rape, abduction, and even murder without being called to task. The power-hungry perps enjoy inflicting pain on the target and feeds off of their fear. These perps definitely have lifelong career in perpdom and will advance far up the ladder to become part of the management team. The disgruntled ex-husband or ex-boyfriend. Increasing numbers of callers have indicated that their ex-husband or ex-boyfriends are targeting them for breaking up with them. Usually, the actual harassment is done by a group of hired thugs. Hired by the ex-boyfriend, ex-husband, and who will not have to get his hands dirty or risk arrest for the illegal activities. Reports of revenge for hire groups are increasing as more and more people become targeted. How could anyone be forced into perpdom? Anyone can be tricked into joining the torture and the targets by the following means. Number one, lies. The newly recruited perp is told the target is a drug pusher, terrorist, homosexual, socialist, Jew, Muslim, Democrat, etc. It's easy to find out why the new perps. It's easy to find out the new perps' hot buttons and push them in order to motivate them to do the things they may be against their moral beliefs. The individual may not be convinced. The information may not be conveyed directly, but rather inferred. Even so, this will work on a subliminal level until finality in the perp's mind. The target is trash, therefore does not deserve to live. Perps are brainwashed to believe that the end justifies the means. That is, some people will Some people will have to be done away with in order to make the world a more perfect place to live. The message is we know what is best for society and what kind of person deserves to live in the New World Order. How this is done is inconsequential. The next item is coercion. Threats to the person or their family members, pets, or friends. Usually this does not come in the form of direct verbal threat. Threats can be implied. The death of a pet, terrorist break-in, street theater, continually crowding them in the target space is implying threats. At least one really good person became a real cooperative and joined this evil network after his daughter was involved in a suspicious car wreck. Seems the guy crossed 2 lanes of traffic to hit her. Perps are also able to infiltrate and cause on-the-job harassment, sabotage of work, loss of a job, or blacklisting. So that regardless of the qualifications, the target cannot find future employment. Either or is the next item. Either you work for us or you're going to jail. The number of perps forcibly recruited in this manner is not known. Some of our callers report that a background check of perps will often result in the discovery of a criminal record. These perps usually start out as informants and advance into street theater if they can stay out of trouble. That is why some perps appear to have been drug addicts with no history of legal employment. Recruiters have found a gold mine in the mandatory sentencing laws for minor drug offenses. Of course, these involuntary perps will never be free. They will serve a lifetime of perpdom because only anyone who tries to leave will meet an accident or die of quote-unquote natural causes. Who also join the job? Perps are often recruited from broken targets who finally just give up after months or years of harassment and veiled threats to their family and their friends. Usually the target cannot hold down a job to continually perpetrate. Infiltration of the job site, sabotage, continual vandalism of the target's mode of transportation, I can attest to that, is easier to join join evil than to resist. Eventually, for some perps, evil is fun, a high, and they are turned forever to the dark side. Why would anyone want to become a perpetrator? Most new perps are in it for the money and training for a new career. They have a sense of belonging to an elite group, privy to information that others do not have. They may be told they are ridding the world of undesirables, people with unconventional attitudes. As they work their way for the informant, the orchestrator, perps become privy to more and more information. They are carefully groomed and hardened so that they inflict more and more pain on targeted individuals. They feel no remorse. Perps are convinced that targets are just dumb schmucks who don't deserve to live anyway. No doubt that there are many perps who think they can avoid becoming a target if they cooperate and join the ranks of the secret gangs trained in this line of work. What they don't know is we're getting an increasing number of calls from survivors who have observed more of the perps and who have become targeted individuals themselves. Looks like some of the perps are becoming aware that joining the evil will not protect them will not protect them from becoming a target. Perps are not trained. Perps are trained not to question why someone is undesirable, only to follow orders and observe the rules of secrecy. Therefore, it does not matter what kind of person the perp is asked to target. The perp is to obey without question. Perps are trained in straight theater and become informants. Then the agent provocateurs then move up to orchestrator. The longer a perp has been in the program, the less conscience and humanity the perp will retain. Longtime perps are usually easy to identify. The daily schedule is continuous. Evil doing, which continually leaves them with a visage devoid of soul. Convinced that they are part of an elite group whose destiny is to shape the world, they have been brainwashed to believe that it is a better place. Perpetrators are willing to do anything for the cause, even murder, so long as they can't be caught. This is easily accomplished by directed energy weapons. These devices can be directed to single out one person, causing sleep deprivation and permanent damage to the body. Eventually, the target dies, apparently from natural causes. The perfect crime has been committed. No one really knows how many victims the perps have killed because of most doctors cannot recognize the symptoms of direct energy weapons, abbreviated as DO. Once again, to find this, go to facebook.com, search for the user called Francesca the One, Francesca numeral 1, and or search for any of the items in that I just read. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Wish you guys to slow down on the chat, please. Way down, or I will mute you. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is Friday, January 4, 2013. This is episode number 3048. The time is 9:18 p.m. Okay, here's the deal. This is totally unscripted. I'm hosting a call right now, and I got a really I have never had this happen. I have not had anything to drink, no drugs, no alcohol or anything like that. And I'm totally got woozy. For why, I don't know. We were talking in the chat room about odorless chemicals. So I have opened some window. I've turned the heat all the way down. I want to get myself at my worst. This is the wooziest I've ever been. I don't know how I sound. So there you go. I don't know what else to say. If somebody else wants to say something, it was likely sprayed under your front door. Says guest 16. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they did it. Now that is weird. I'm telling you. Sometimes the flu can come quite suddenly, says 18. I'm going to go ahead and mute 18. He's doing a lot of flooding and doesn't have a lot to say. No, I don't particularly smell anything. That's a good question that somebody asked in the chat room. I have in the chat room now couple of 3 login names and 5 or so guests. So I don't know. This could be a very uninteresting recording. I don't know how I sound, but this was definitely the wooziest that I have been in ages. Uh, 15, I don't know what you're talking about, so just because you told me that to me, I'm going to mute you. I have not felt this woozy in ages. Now, I'm not as bad as I was. I'm in a sweat right now, just dizzy. And are there other symptoms asked guests for? I'm less dizzy than I was. I am in the cold sweat coming out of it phase. Wow, that is weird. Once again, I always keep my green light lit, my green start button lit. Any questions? If you've got any other questions, guest 4. No, this has not happened to me before. Thank you, guest 13. That's a good question. Any other questions? Go ahead, ask away. Wow, that was weird. That was really, really weird. I don't know. I can't help but think that they did something. I don't know what they did. Whether it be a bottle underneath my desk that I sit here and somebody pushes a button from afar and battery operated. I don't know. It opens up I don't know. You have central heat and air. No, I don't want to get too identifying about that. How quickly did it come on? That is a good question. Guess for you are so friggin' hired. It came on like no time flat, like within a half a minute or a minute, and you heard it. And then I opened the window. I made sure my heat was turned down, and then I got back on. So probably a minute later, and literally when I walked across the floor, it was almost a drunken feeling. But I believe I answered your question. How quickly did that come on? Guest 4, ask as many other questions as you want. Right now is the time to do it, because this call is going to live. Once again, guest anybody who has something that they want to ask in the chat room. So I'm like in the cold sweat phase. I've got sweat on my forehead. Wow. Any stomach feelings? No, nothing like that at all. I was drinking out of the same container that I was, just like Kool-Aid or what have you. Good questions, guest 4. You're so friggin' hired. Feeling shaky. No, I have my hands out in front of me and my hands are clear. I am going to take my glasses off, though. No, I guess I'm going to leave them on so I can read the tube without squinting. So, no, not shaky at all. Is your skin burning? No, but for a little bit there I was. For a little bit I was burning. I was not burning, I would say hot, or noticeably hot. Never had anything like this feeling before. It has something to do, it's something pretty cool about live talk show and having a resource like Guest 4. Asking some questions, plus a couple of other people that have asked things. I'm going to try and stand up now. And now the feeling is gone. So I can't help but figure they did, somebody did something. I don't know how they did it. And this is not like from the ozones. This didn't come from the satellites. I believe this was totally induced by some kind of that was a good question earlier. Was it odorless? Some type of a smell, some type of something that some toxic odor. How do your lungs feel? Do you think something you inhale? I definitely think it was something that I inhaled. My lungs feel okay. What do you sit by, window or vent? I'm near a window, but the window was closed. The window is open now. That could be good or bad. But I opened the window. In fact, I think I opened it either before this tape started, just before, or while this, I believe it was before this tape started to air. Once again, from when it happened, I hit the green start button on my TalkShoe dashboard within 30 seconds, maybe a minute at the most. And once again, I opened the window. I made sure the heater was off, which it was, and I don't know what the heat is outside. I still have wetness on the back of my neck. It's off of my forehead now. Any other talk? I'm going to go ahead and probably only let this go for another minute or two so it doesn't become a terribly uninteresting recording. But I'm fairly uninhibited by things like this. I'm not afraid to go live. I'm not afraid to get this on the record. The last time anything like this happened, wow, this was something. God, that was friggin' something. Man, the last time something like that happened was the first Saturday of January 2010. When the last Saturday of November 2010, I went on the offensive on the stinking filth of freedomschs.com. And the first Saturday of January 2010, I believe I got food poisoned 3 times in a row. Once then, once the following Friday, and once in the middle of the next week. Those I've talked about it on a number of occasions. I don't know if I'm out of the woods. The back of my neck is still a little bit sweaty. My forehead was really, really wet. Wow, that was, once again, a similar thing has happened to me, says Guest 4, almost passed out coming into my apartment one day. The Guest 4 was the one who asked all the good questions. Guest 19, I'm gonna leave you muted. Wow, that was. So any other questions that you have, Guest 4? Wow. I'm going to stand up. I'm on a wired headset, which is tethered to a 8 or 10 foot wire to my PC. But now I can at least stand up. I can at least stand up now without feeling dizzy. Man, that was something. Just wondering how they got you. I don't know. I don't know how they did it. So, well, I'm going to leave it on here. I'm going to leave the recording run for a bit longer, just in case. Guest 4, if you have any other questions, go ahead and type them in. Man, that was something. You know, when I was walking across the floor, when I was walking over there to make sure the heater was all turned down, it already was turned down, I literally cocked my knee like a grasshopper. I mean, I almost lost my balance. There has to be some entry point for the chemicals. Well, I don't know. I would always assume that the entry point is when I'm out, that they come in and install some kind of a gadget, or they refill the containers or something. Although I've never had this. I have had in this apartment, I have had on, I would say 15, 20 times I've had, 15 or 20 times I've had smells, toxic, stinking smells, like in this part of the apartment and another one. Carbon monoxide comes to mind, says guest 13. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. Man, that was rowdy. What does the guy do? I'm a targeted individual. This is show number 120297. Once again, the time out here on the West Coast is about 9:30 p.m. on Friday, January 4, 2013. Did I say 2013 earlier? I might have said it wrong. But it is 2013. New Year's Day was just 4 days ago. Wow. I've never experienced anything like that. I think I'm out of the woodwork. And I'm going to, that was guest 13 who was talking about carbon monoxide. What else do you have to say? Guest 4, do you have anything else to say before I terminate this recording? Guest 4, do you have anything else to say? This, so you just felt dizzy? All of a sudden, yeah, thank you for keep firing the questions. You hammer them at me. Make them tough and antagonistic. I don't care. Yes, I absolutely, out of the blue, felt totally dizzy. That's a good way to put it. All of a sudden, that's a good way to put it. And within 30 seconds, I had the window open, and the heater, I made sure it was turned down, and it was. And literally going across the room to no, I don't think there was any smell. No, I don't think I don't think so. Thank you for asking that. This was a strange one. I'm going to hang on here. Let's see if guest 4 has a couple of more questions. And I'm not going to unmute anybody because I don't want to dry mouth. No, I don't think so. No, my mouth. It was not carbon monoxide, said guest 16. It was a chemical attack. I know of what I speak. Says guest 16, for as sure as you could ever be of a guest. But no, not a dry mouth. But on the other hand, I do have a container of Kool-Aid here that I keep going. But wow, that was rowdy. How is your vision? My vision, I think, was okay. I have my glasses on, and that allows me, which means I can sit back 2.5, 3 feet away from the tube and read what's on the tube with no problem. Of course, I can kind of half do that. It's just that I have to get up to 2 feet when I have my glasses off. So I guess my vision isn't that bad, but wow, that was something. So, if guest 4, do you have any other questions to ask? You got dizzy, right? Yeah, I got dizzy. Man, that's a good question. I got so effing dizzy. If you did not open the window, you would have passed out cold. Yeah, I think so, possibly. Yeah, I think so. Guess 16. Yeah, I definitely wanted fresh air and was glad that it's a little bit of a chill out. In fact, a couple of days ago here in Vancouver, it was snowing a little bit around 5 or 6 in the 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I think it was still light out. But yeah, I think I would have passed out. Yeah, I definitely wanted fresh air. Man. 16 and 4, what else do you have to say? How long did it last? The whole thing left in like a couple of minutes to when I started to feel better. The first thing I wanted, by God, I wanted fresh air. The second thing I wanted to do was I was warm. I wanted the heater turned off so that I twisted the dial, but the dial was already turned to the left. Then I came back and sat down. I think definitely I'm glad I got fresh air. So I don't know how long. I think it's been like 10 minutes. And almost feel normal. I have been knocked out by the same odorless chemical. It's very powerful. Says guest 16. Was your heart beating faster than normal? I don't think so. Guest 4 wanted to know if my heart was beating faster than normal. I don't know what that no means. I guess 16. I wish you wouldn't do that. I wish you would. Oh, you were asking. So guest 4 asked guest 16. I said I have been knocked out by the same odorless chemical. It was very very powerful. And he or she said his or her heart was not beating faster than normal either. Man, now I'm actually feeling normal. I actually got a little bit of a chill, which I would expect having the window open like I have it. It was fairly chilly outside. I can't think of any other questions, and I don't want to make this an uninteresting recording. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the red end button and then terminate. Then I'm going to restart the call, and that'll put me in a position where I can re-record any new recording. So I can do a new recording. Once again, this is recording number 3048 on TalkShoe show number 120297. That's TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, recording number 3048. That's this recording, which I'll keep as rough as it is. What I'm going to do, I'm going to shut the show down now, and I am going to restart it immediately. I will relabel this show later, but this is definitely a keeper. I've never had this happen before. This was the worst thing I've ever encountered. Let me summarize again to anybody who just came into the room. The whole event took like I was just sitting here with the window closed and the heater off, and I started to it just came friggin' on me. Somebody said it was. I don't think it didn't seem like carbon monoxide. I don't think there's I don't think there's room underneath the door to. Maybe there was. Maybe there was something they slid under the door. I don't know. Within a half a minute, I opened the window and made sure the heater was off. I came and sat back down. Now I have, we stand up one more time. I'm not dizzy. I'm not drunken feeling or anything like that. I have not had any drugs or alcohol. I haven't had anything to drink in a couple of 3 days. And I don't take any drugs whatsoever for any reason. You sound shook up. Yeah, I am shook up. Take a few minutes to rest. No, I don't want to, you know what I mean? It means more to me to get this on the record. I want to get this issue of organized stalking of targeted individuals, because I am a TI, a targeted individual of organized stalking. Google it. I'm going to hit the terminate button right now, and then I am going to hit restart the show right away for anything else that does happen to come along. Testing.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go immediately into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, and you'll have to wallow through about 5 people that are mimicking me, or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 11:15 p.m. on Monday, January 7, 2013. This is episode number 3049. Now, I have on the phone with me an individual I call PA. He's from Port Angeles, Washington, and this is a kind of a re-recording of a bad recording that we got last time. The quality wasn't so good, and this is fairly well scripted. And PA, how are you tonight?
All right.
All right. Now, once again, I'm asking you to speak directly into the microphone.
Okay.
So for the best quality audio that we can get. So now you're a targeted individual, and how did you come to know this?
I came to know it from a series of strange events about 4 years ago now.
Can you elaborate on the type of strange event that occurred in this series?
I got routinely followed, obviously enough to where, even if I didn't want to notice, I noticed.
They wanted you to know. They were doing it on purpose, and they wanted you to know, or what's your take?
Yes, they'd follow me in their vehicles. They'd follow me on foot. They'd make weird comments.
Directed conversation, like what? What sorts of weird comments?
Oh, just comments about things that I'd said at home or on the phone that they couldn't have known unless they were listening. And
okay. And how else? Go ahead.
I can't remember exactly what they were, but they were. It was undeniable that I was being listened to, and I couldn't deny it. And so I was, kind of thrown. I'd look for cameras and I'd look for microphones and couldn't find any. So I'm really not sure how it's being done, but it's being done. I know how some of it's being done. I know how some of the following on foot and on the road is being done. I don't know about the listening in. I'm sure there's many ways these days. But
now, when you say they're following you on the foot and on the road, how do you know how that's being done? What's your take on that? If you could elaborate, please.
I had mentioned this after it had gotten bad enough to some family members and to some friends, and they just kind of poo-pooed it and said, "Yeah, okay, you know, you're imagining it. You're kind of bordering on paranoia with this stuff, and you know."
And how many different family members used the P word, the paranoia word? How many people said that to you?
Pretty much all of them at first.
How many was that? 6, 60, 16?
Oh, I mentioned it, you know, because it had gone on for a while, and I'd tried my, you know, hardest to figure out what this is about, what was going on, and so I just couldn't keep quiet about it. I'd bring it up. Some of the weird events, because I'd be at a friend's house or at a family member's house, and I'd get the drive-by, and I'd be the only one that would seem to notice. And I was like, does anyone else notice that on this usually lonely road, you know, about 6 cars have driven by in about, you know, as many minutes? And they'd be like, yeah, well, you know, traffic does happen. And I'd be like...
and how many times did that happen, that sort of thing?
Oh, that happens frequently, and we'd get the neighborhood turned noticeably worse. There were people camping out in the woods. There were people, you know, the sheriff then kind of acted like they were throwing them out, but all they wound up doing was moving into the trailer park below, and then you had the real traffic problem. There was traffic at all hours, and people would notice but not think that much of it. And so they thought it was just being sensitive or something. And, you know.
And what other sorts of things, though, where people would use the P word, the paranoia word? What other sorts of examples?
Incidents downtown where I'd be like with a friend and I'd notice people staring. And he'd be like, well, I'm sorry, but I don't notice that. You're being oversensitive. You're being, you know, you're kind of being weird. You're kind of paying too much attention to what they do. Why don't you just do your own thing? And, you know, comments like that. And so I dropped it for a while. And then I noticed, you know, police even following me. And I'd noticed the Border Patrol here, who are already kind of notorious, following me and being out where I would go. And, you know, park rangers, people from the neighborhood, just too many run-ins to be coincidence. And nobody else seemed to get it. And even if they did, they'd say it was a coincidence. So, you know, we went on that way for a while. And then I came across a little paragraph in the local paper.
And what is the name of that paper, please?
Peninsula Daily News.
Peninsula Daily News. And approximately what date? Do you recall what date that might have been?
Let me see. I got the episode or the issue right here. It's the October 19th through 20th, 2012.
Okay, but that October 19th through 20th of 2012, this when did these run-ins happen with these people? Was that years ago, or was that?
This has been for years, but there was an incident here with a fugitive. He'd been on the lam, so-called, and I remember there were helicopters out, and there was a big to-do over it. And apparently they caught him, and they put a little, story about it in the paper. And right there, I noticed in one paragraph, they summed up pretty much what I've been telling people. They called it a partnership among law enforcement and area residents via social media such as Facebook, Nixle, the sheriff's office website, local news media, and citizens involved in local block watch programs was a major factor in the capture.
Now, you're reading this right now, and what is the date of the paper that you're reading that from?
The date of the paper is the October 19th through 20th. It's the Friday-Saturday edition of the Peninsula Daily News.
Okay, but these incidents that you talked about, did they just recently happen to you, or did they happen to you 4 years ago?
Oh, they've been happening to me for that many years. All these incidents where I'm being followed and all this stuff. It's pretty much every time I go out, you know, I'll be followed by somebody. It doesn't have to always be the sheriff. It doesn't always have to be the border patrol. It's like neighborhood residents. It's people from, you know, just all over. And they always let me know who they are, because when they're in the oncoming lane, they'll flash their brights at me and things of that nature. Sometimes they'll wander toward the center line, and, you know.
So you drive right now? You're still driving?
No, I'm just saying, no, right now I'm at home, but I'm saying when I do drive.
No, but you're presently in this time of your life, you do drive a vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, how did you come to the, how did you arrive at the conclusion that it was block watch, and at what time did you first state that?
Well, it was recently when this episode came out, because I had been, you know, after.
So it had been happening to you for 4 years, and
Right.
it wasn't until October of this year, and here we are in January of 2013. So it wasn't until October of last year, 2012, that you concluded that it was block watch.
I'd heard of things like block watches. I remember the now famous shooting with the I can't remember his name now, but there was a shooting involving a guy from the block watch who shot the guy that was harassing him or something recently.
Huh. Well, that's right. We wouldn't want to put their names on the audio.
No,
but
that's right.
but I'm still want to get back to my question. You'd been harassed and followed and stalked for 4 years. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But you didn't. At what point in that time frame of that 4 years did you come to the conclusion that it is block watch?
Well, when I read that, how they tied all those agencies and all these local citizens groups in and called it, and involved what they called block watch. I'd read about block watches, but until they mentioned it in the paper, it only been
this October of 2012 in the Peninsula Daily News.
Yeah, it'd only been mentioned in like Nazi Germany or communist Russia. They had what they called block captains and block watches, but nobody in the U.S. would ever call it that. And the paper just came right out and said it. But they said they were doing it, you know, to catch bad guys. But
okay. Anything else you want to say on block watch before we move down the scripted list that I'm going to cover here?
Okay, that's pretty much it, except that, you know, that was a good little summation of how they're doing this sort of thing, how they communicate with each other, you know, how they're organized.
How do you think they communicate with each other, all these different institutions?
Oh, they have channels that only they can use. I think with some of the cell tower companies, and I think they also have, like I said, in the paper article, they said Facebook. They use you know, they'll text each other, and they'll let each other know when the mark is coming, you know. And then
okay. Now, how many marks do you think there are in your area up there in northern Washington, USA?
You know, they've got me believe, you know, or they want me to believe I'm the only one, but there's got to be more than me, but I don't know who they are, if they are, you know.
Okay.
I know there was one.
Go ahead.
I know there was one guy that was in the Border Patrol that was blowing the whistle on him. I won't mention his name. That was a mistake I mentioned last time. But he was blowing the whistle on him for doing basically that kind of thing. They were driving around, wasting tax dollars, making work for themselves, because they went from, like, in 2004 Border Patrol to 40 plus here, and had a whole new multi-million-dollar facility built for them. And it was all based on some incident that happened down on the waterfront that the Port Authority took care of just fine, but apparently they used that as an excuse to do this. And he blew the whistle on them and said they were driving around, you know, trying to get overtime and, you know, blatantly check. Yeah.
Okay. And where did you hear about that at, please?
That was also in the paper. The
In
Peninsula
this
Daily News.
October 1920 in the Peninsula Daily News.
No, this was a different date. It was a few months before that.
Okay, so you go ahead. You had been advised of the concept of Blockwatch in the Peninsula Daily News a few months before that.
Yeah, or at least government agencies that were kind of growing out of control and doing things that weren't so on the up and up with taxpayer money.
Okay. Now I want to switch the subject here to a subject that I don't generally like talking about, but it is and I am interviewing you.
Okay.
The concept of satellites.
Okay.
What do you have to say about them, and how do you think they fit into this?
I think they definitely fit into how they can, or at least, make it easier for them to track. I know they have lots of. They probably have chips in vehicles, and at least the newer ones, so that I know they can keep track of each other.
But we're talking about the satellites. So how do you think the satellites fit into this?
I just think it must make them easier to surveil. And I mentioned that one that I've seen over this area that you said you'd seen too. That weird satellite that's stationary, or it just looks like it's too bright to be a star, but you'll watch it track across the sky and it'll stop in a certain spot.
Really? You can actually watch it moving and then poof, it stops, huh?
Mm-hmm. It'll stop in various spots in the sky. Sometimes they're different than others.
Now, how high up in the ground, from the ground, how high up do you think that thing is?
I have no idea. No, it's much bigger than it looks bigger because I think it's lower than a typical satellite, but I think it's way up. I think it's.
So it's not. You don't think it's in orbit. You think it's launched from here on Earth, or what? What's the story? What's your guess?
I honestly don't know because I don't know that much about them. But it looks like it must be in the atmosphere instead of outside of it or something, or at least it must be a lot brighter or larger than a typical satellite.
Okay, but now what makes you think that satellite is zooming in on you? There must be thousands and thousands of people below you. Why you? What?
Oh, no, I don't think I don't know if it's zooming in or not. I just mentioned it because it was weird. It was something that was kind of an anomaly, and most people don't seem to notice it. So I don't know if it's surveilling or what, but it's certainly strange.
All right, so we'll put that in the strange department. I'm not sure why I wrote this, but you had said, how far do you live from the Strait of Juan de Fuca up there in northern Washington?
I probably live about a mile from it or so.
And how do you think that fits into what we're talking about?
Oh, I don't know.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Next question: why do you think you were chosen as a target?
That is something I have almost no idea about, except maybe it's just a random thing, because everybody winds up pissing somebody off. It's impossible not to. So,
yeah.
Other than that, I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a VIP or a government agent or a corporate bigwig. I'm kind of, according to them, I would be a nobody. So, probably just a sucker they thought they could try and run surveillance on for their new grid they're building for the New World Order or something. I don't know.
Okay, now I'm walking on thin ice on this one, but so tell me to go jump in the lake if you want. But the next issue I had that I wanted to talk about was one time you talked about getting into a scuffle with a bird. And what do you want to say about that?
I'm still involved in the case, but so I can't get into too much detail. But I believe they probably set me up for it because I'd been surveilled pretty heavily. Because it has ebbs and flows. Some days are worse than others, and this was a particularly bad day. And I think they know they'd been keeping me up that night. And this guy just flicks me off at a bus stop as I'm driving by, and I stopped to ask him what was up with that. And he, I was still, I wasn't out of my head or anything. I just asked him what was up, and he he starts grabbing his stuff and going for my truck, and I was like, wait, I don't give people rides, and I certainly don't give people rides that flick me off. And he's like, we can blah, blah, blah. And he just started getting my face, and I, you know.
So it was, you think it was a setup?
I do, and I don't think he expected it to be as bad for him as it turned out, because I went ahead and let him have it with an open palm strike. I didn't punch him with my fist, but it rang his bell because he started stumbling around. Then he took a swipe at me and knocked my glasses off, and then I went ahead and let him have it with the other hand and knocked him down in the ditch. And at that point, I decided to take off and think about this. I was going to report myself anyway because I knew I wouldn't get away, but I didn't have time to clear my head, and I'd been a rough day. And that's when on the way back I was apprehended anyway within like 5 minutes. So.
Okay, now, so somehow because you left the scene, you got you got blamed.
Yeah, and so this case is still pending.
So obviously, your advice. You think the guy was provoking you, particularly. You were driving by, and you think this guy was provoking you?
Yeah, I do, because I was, the only one at that time. I mean, he made very clear to, kind of stick his finger out. As I was driving by, I saw other traffic go by, and as I was coming by, he got my attention with it.
Yeah. Okay. So anybody who's listening, you can make your decision on whether you should get involved with people. I say you should not.
No.
Now, how long have you been targeted?
I think, for at least 4 years that I noticed, and I think probably surveilled before that. Now that I know what.
Yeah. Now, why do you think you were surveilled before that? What sorts of things happened before that made you think? Why do you think that?
Just because, some of the things they've done, some of the things they've mentioned, some of the people I've known that wound up being in on it, that knew me from way before this, or I mean that I've known them longer than 4 years. Like a friend that I went on a proper deal with, he wound up screwing me over too, and that was kind of unexpected. I'd known him for decades, and he just upped and kind of left me in a lurch, and that was weird. I don't know if it's mind control on top of everything else, or if he was always a perp. But that would indicate that it goes back a long ways.
Okay. We talked earlier about air harassment. In other words, why don't you explain to people who are going to be listening to this recording have no clue what air harassment, why don't you explain to them what that means and how it fits in your situation?
With me, it's not like jets or anything like that, but it is local helicopters occasionally, and it is local airplanes, like small Cessna types that'll wind up. Like I'll go on a hike, and I'll be into it about 5 minutes, and a flyover will come, and it'll kind of fly and track. In fact, I've had them circle over before, and I thought that was very strange, and it kind of made me uneasy. And it's happened.
Now, how many times have you had this air harassment?
I've had it enough times to where it's obviously not every time, but I've had enough times to where it gets my attention. It's like that's.
Now, is this just when you hike, or you're a hiker,
yeah, it's
right?
usually when I'm out somewhere where they can't typically get me on foot or in a vehicle. They'll do a little flyover, and I know the local sheriff. In fact, that brings another thing to mind, because when I was living with this friend of mine back in early 2000s, and on a piece of property that was way out in the middle of nowhere, he got a He was getting flyovers for like a week straight, and he was telling me that they were surveilling him, and I thought he was crazy. And like that same week, some sheriffs showed up and said they were on his property, and he was giving them the riot act, which I would do if they had done that too.
He was giving the sheriff the riot act.
Yeah, but I would have, tried to be a little more civil about it because that's not the wisest thing to do. But he was, about being on his property, and they said, well, we saw an anomaly during a flyby that we think could have been pot plants, such. And they said, we don't have pot plants here. You're all blanked up, and you should, And it wound up being, they wound up getting on the property anyway and doing a big walkthrough and searching through everything. And illegal search, not seizure, but illegal search. Fourth Amendment violations, but they seem to be able to do it anyway. And they, of course, found nothing. But, they do fly over and they do surveil. They just admitted it.
Once again, how many times have they flown over?
Oh, that was back then, and with me, they fly over.
Back then, meaning 4 years ago?
Oh, that was even further back than that, and that just was something that popped into my mind recently.
How much further back, please?
That was probably about 2002.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, more than a decade.
Yeah, it was 11 years ago, yeah.
Where's this friend now?
He's down in the Philippines. He found himself a mail-order bride, apparently, so.
Okay. But once again, how many times have you been on the hiking trails that you've had?
Probably. Yeah, it's hard to say because I don't really count every time, but it's enough to where it's not every time, but it's enough to where it makes you pay attention. So it might be once every I don't know. Once out of every 10 times, maybe, or maybe even actually a little more than that. It's just
so you must go hiking a lot. How many times do you go hiking?
Oh, I'll do it like several times. Maybe once every 2 days or so, 3 days, just to run out.
Now, some people are going to be sitting there listening to this recording and say, well, this guy is a pot grower. He's got some stuff out there. I'm sorry. I'm just asking what they're thinking. What do you have to say to that, though, please?
Yeah, that's fine. No, I have a team where I'll go, I'll get a little batty. They know I'm not growing anything anyway because a lot of this is DNR land that I wind up on or parkland. And if, they'd find it if I was growing anything. So,
And what does PNR mean, please?
Oh, DNR, Department of Natural Resources.
Okay.
I kind of have taken on the role of being a, they've got it to where they've got to some of my former employers, and I'm out of work right now. So if anybody asks, I just tell them I'm an activist. I'm out there on the land looking at what they're doing, and I don't think they like it too much. So.
Now, we talked about brighting by cars. How often does that happen? And you're still driving, right?
Right.
I'm just curious. How often does that happen? Is it one car? Is it many cars? Why don't you explain that concept to people?
It'll be like in the oncoming lane as I'm driving. There'll be a group of anywhere from maybe 5 to 10 cars in a little formation, kind of a convoy. As they're passing by or coming up to you, they'll hit their brights, or their brights will already be on.
10 cars in a row, 5 cars in a row. Each one of them will bright you, or just the first car, or what?
Like 2 or 3 out of it. And so you're thinking, well, if I turn my brights on, am I going to get somebody that's not in on this? But I think the whole group is probably in on it, but they just, trying to make it look like.
But 10 cars, that just sounds like life in the big city. Is this something that happens every time you're driving down the road? Do you have the kind of a vehicle that has particularly bright halogen lights, or what? What do you say to that?
No, I just say that my truck is like an '87 Ford. It's there's nothing unusual about it. It's just it's a tactic they use. It's and this area is not large, but again, it can be any time of the day. There'll be convoys of these people out there, which means they're getting paid to do nothing but follow and harass. So.
And how often does this happen?
This happens.
Go ahead.
This happens particularly often. This is almost every time I go out, and it doesn't matter when. There'll be something like that, or I'll be at a gas station and it'll suddenly be full of people. I'll try to pick times purposefully that I think, or I used to. Now I know it's a given. They're going to be out no matter what. But it'll be 10 in the morning or something, and there'll be people taking up most of the spots, or there'll be people, as I'm gassing up, they'll drive by real obviously, and they'll be on their phone. They'll stop right next to me, and they'll just sit there on their phone, and, you know, like they're just kind of a rude presence everywhere I go.
Okay, now I want to talk though a little bit more about I think I got the handle on the gas station thing. I just want to talk about being out on the road. How often do you go out? How long has this been going on? How many years has it been occurring? That sort of thing. Could you please talk about that a bit?
Yeah, that part's been at least probably 3 or 4 years, and it's most of the time when I go out, at least somebody, you know, in the daytime will hit their brights, or even at night will hit their brights, or they'll come up on your back. They'll be able to speed with impunity. Cops won't pull them over if they're out, you know. And they'll
How do you think the cops know not to pull them over?
I think that's the block watch in action again. I think, you know, they radio ahead. They know they got the perp. They know that they're, you know.
So you're saying that the cops know not to pull them over, and this has been going on for years.
Oh yeah.
You've been tailed, or is that what you're saying? Why don't you talk about that just a little more? And I'm not trying to be too much of a pill. I just want to hear you talk about it.
Okay, yeah, that's, yeah, they just, they can box you in, they can bright you, they can speed by you just to get in your way, just to suddenly pull back into your lane. If I'm dawdling along in the slow lane just to try to maintain the speed limit, they'll race up sometimes, or they'll either sit right next to you to make sure you know they're right there, or they'll get in, pull into your lane, and then slow down
in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been going on for how many years? Do you guess?
Like I said, about 3 or 4 with this sort of thing.
And how many cars are typically in on this?
Oh man, it must be with all the oncoming cars involved, and then the ones in your own lane and all this, and as many, you know, it's got to be hundreds. You know,
hundreds of people, hundreds
maybe
of
they're making it look
are...
like that, but I mean, I know that the Border Patrol alone is 40. I know the law enforcement is.
You think the Border Patrol's in on it?
Oh yeah, they've wound up everywhere I go too. They'll wind up.
The border. Are you saying the border? You think the Border Patrol is in on the vehicle surveillance and the mobbing?
I do. Like I said, I think that they've already been taken to task and put in the paper over wasting money and resources. You know, they know where they can find illegal Mexicans and people crossing the border. They don't even bother generally with that sort of thing. They surveil citizens. So, you know, they were going to try and have a checkpoint set up here where they would check the buses, and you couldn't get on buses without being checked, and you couldn't get, and it's like, you know, kind of common sense to, you know.
Were these buses going across over to Canada, or what?
No, these were transit buses. These were city buses.
Did they frisk people, or?
They were just going to check papers and things like this, and people put up enough of a fuss to where they had to cancel that, but now they just shifted into a different form.
And this is something that you read in the paper?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
okay. Now, we talked earlier, once again, this is a totally scripted conversation that PA and I are having, but we talked earlier about what I called directed conversation. Could you explain in your own words what that means?
Yeah, they'll take something personal that you've been talking about with somebody, like in your own home or on your phone or something of that nature, and they'll pick out little phrases that you know you're either talking about or, you know, just something that seems to let you know that they've heard somehow. And unnerving and it's weird and it's
Now, when you say they take something like that, I get where they got it, but where would they say this?
Oh, they would
when
say
you're out on
right in
Go
a
ahead.
store or something, or at like a, generally stores, restaurants, somewhere out in the public, at a gas station when they're busy taking up space, when their credit card has a problem,
So things that you said in the privacy of your own home on a phone conversation, for example, they would say that to you when you're out and about. Now, how often has this happened, and how often does this happen, please?
This has happened fairly often. I've even had, like I said, family members, like at Christmas, where there was a family get-together, there was some directed conversations by them where, I don't talk to them too often. It's like a yearly thing. They're extended family, and they will have a conversation as though they had heard what you said. And
so how do you think somebody led them onto it and told them to do it?
I think so, yeah. I think they've been gotten to by whoever it is. And I think they're kind of giddy about it. They kind of like, it's like I mentioned earlier, it's for kind of shallow dumbasses that like to be in on, kind of like a high school bully project or something.
Okay, now this directed conversation, how long has this been going on, please?
Probably about as long as the rest of it.
Are we talking about 4 years?
Yeah, since I really started noticing it. And back then it wasn't as involved. It didn't seem to have the family members, at least. Now, that's more recent, but not that much more recent. And I don't know, maybe they were back then, but they've only recently really gotten obvious about it, to where they act like they want me to know.
So they want you to know you're being surveilled or harassed, and the family members, and you said extended family members, are actively participating in that harassment.
I do believe so, yeah.
And on how many occasions, give or take, has the active participation of extended family members taken place?
Oh, it's, I don't see them that often. So it's pretty much like I got invited to a job because they know I've been out of work for a while by a step-uncle, for example. And when on the job, he had a friend of his come over, and they started having one of these directed conversations. And they'd,
he and his friend, this guy and his friend.
Yeah. And then we went out to eat. He bought lunch, so it seems like a nice gesture. But everyone at the restaurant were having weird conversations, and there was a stare thing too. That's another aspect I didn't mention. There's a lot of staring, like a community stare campaign. So they'll be rude and act strange and stare at you, and they don't seem to feel the least bit weird about doing it.
And how many people would be in on this? How many people would be doing it, and how often does it happen, please?
That happens about the same as everything else. It's just, all.
Like once every year, once every 6 months, every month, once a week? I'm just asking how.
The stare campaign, the family members, the extended family members, I don't see that often, but when I see them, it's every time. So, I'll see them like once a month or something, and so they'll do this kind of garbage then. But the stare campaign is every day that somebody will be somewhere on a street corner or, at a store, and they'll just stare and gawk at you, or they'll smirk. There's a lot of that too, like they're in on some private joke about you.
So how many people do you think are in on this? The whole thing, the whole ball wax in the last couple of months, 3 months.
I know it's made to look like it's bigger than it is, but to me it looks pretty damn big. It looks like the whole town, and into the next town. And I mean, it seems like it couldn't be that big, but it is.
But I mean, you're saying that everybody in town, or is it every 100th person, or what say they?
It looks, like hundreds are involved. to me. Now, I don't know if I know they can plant one in amongst the crowd and then they'll get people talking with them and maybe to try to make it look bigger than it is, but it still looks big to me. It looks like there must be, 300 or 400 or something.
Okay. Now, we've been on about 40 minutes, and I'm getting ready to end it off here, but I wanted to know what else you have to say. What do you think we didn't cover? What do you want to cover? And because this will be the one and only, or the second, and the one that we keep. What do you want to say?
Just to, a heads up on anybody listening who might be new to it, that, to hear the experiences I've had and that it might cue you in on what's going on and how they might be doing it, with the block watch and all this and contacting people through texting and Facebook and probably other means too.
When you say texting, you're talking about on their phones, on their cell phones,
yeah.
which probably have some type of text messaging.
Right. They may even have special government apps. I don't know. But around here we got runaway agencies, so, and even the papers admitted it, and they're kind of in on it. So.
Now, what makes you think the papers are in on it?
Well, they admitted it in the block watch section there. They said, where they were talking about the block watch, they said the local news media, they mentioned themselves being in on this, but they put a good spin on it. They said, "Oh, we're watching out for the bad guys." We're watching.
And was this at October? What was the date of, or was it some other date? Let's get the date of that article.
Yeah, that was the October 19th
and 20th in the Peninsula Daily News.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the title of that article, please?
Let's see. Police nab PA fugitive.
Okay, police nab PA fugitive for PA for Port Angeles, and that's in the Peninsula Daily News on, you said it was October 19th and 20th of 2012.
Yep, correct.
Okay, so that'll give somebody something to refer to. Now, what else do you want to say that would be of importance to people listening to this, please?
Other than that, like I said, I don't have a lot of advice as to what to do about it yet. Hopefully, we're, enough people calling in, putting their heads together, and calling enough attention to it. Maybe other shows starting too. I know that there was Jesse Ventura, and he kind of called some attention to, maybe it wasn't spot on what we're dealing with, but if there's enough, maybe you can make people accountable. Other than that, I don't really have a lot of advice because I'm still dealing with it myself.
Okay, once again, my name is Chuck, and this is TalkShoe show number 120297. That's TalkShoe.com, and this call is in the public domain, so you may use it as you see fit, and I encourage that. And that's good, and you don't have to advise anybody that you're doing it. PA, thank you for coming here. I'm looking for one last piece, one last one-liner. I always try to close with an open one-liner. What do you have to say? The mic is yours.
A one-liner, huh?
Yeah, no, just anything you want to say.
Watch your backs and take care of yourselves.
Okay. All right, and then that will be the end of this recording. And then what I'm going to do, let me just hit end here, and then I'm just going to have a chat. And I'm going to open up the chat room. Thanks again, PA.
Okay.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and enter into the search box. Search for show number 120297, which is this call number, or search for Vancouver. However, there are many call impersonators. Or click on the top left purple Live Now button. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 5 p.m. Pacific time on Wednesday, January 16th, 2013. This is episode number 3051. Okay, now here's what happened. I had Mamor log into my chat room, and I had, at that time, I had 7 or 8 or 9 logins, and probably only 3 or 4 users. Now, I commonly mute logins if they distract, but some of the best input I've had has come from guests. But anyway, I started out the conversation. I said, Mamor, yesterday on your call, you said someone asked you to mute guests, but you did not specify who that is. Please say who they were. She asked why. I said, Mamor, because you guys have collectively forced people to identify themselves as a pseudonym. And I want to know who the filth is behind that. So once again, who demanded that you mute all guests to your TalkShoe.com call regarding targeted individuals? I think she says, I think I should not answer that. Not to make you angry, but the other person is my friend. You can understand, can't you? What is wrong with muting guests? Mamor, I said, no, I cannot understand why you would allow even a so-called friend to demand that you not allow guests to talk. Chuck, she says, you mute people all the time. I mute guests because they come in and run away with my chat with nonsense like that, so I mute them. Mamor, I said, your group of filth related to FSCHS, freedomfchs.com, are attempting to force people to reveal their identity so they can log on. So surely you can understand that. So yes, I mute people all the time. However, as you well know, I wait until they have sinned before muting them. She goes on to say, Mamor goes on to say, sex allegations are not my bag. Being a TI is. They use my chat for their own sexual purpose. And she says, sin? I'm not a sinner. She laughs out loud, of course. But I say some of the very best input that I have had comes from people who chose not to reveal their identity. They have logged in as the login name. True, she says, but you follow your chat very well, and I cannot chew gum and walk at the same time anymore. I have been harassed. I say, Mamor, I beg you to reconsider. This is a serious issue. The filth shows in the illicit gang of filth related with FSCHS is trying to gain their identity of anyone who comes by their room. These are lame excuses. You used to allow guests, but now that a slimy piece of filth who you prefer not to reveal their identity has demanded that you turn off guest access, that you have into the chat room. She says, I can only cope with what I've got. My health is deteriorating. Memory loss, equilibrium loss, and other effects. And guests are a big part of it. End of story. Ask another time. I may reconsider your guest. I don't know. She think her memory loss is going to go away? I may reconsider your request. Got to go for a walk. Stop by later to talk. I say, Mamor, your health was not is not what caused you to turn off your TI shows to your TI room. Now all of a sudden you are giving in. Mamor, some piece of stinking filth who you freely admit is your friend has demanded that you disable guest access on your TI call. No, he merely pointed out, she said, no, he merely pointed out what was going on. He did not demand. See you later, sweetie. And she exited the room. Mamor, I said, I am going to read this chat reading into a log. Do you want to call in? But she had already gone. May the record show, by the way, I wrote, that Mamor has just bailed from the room. She gave no good reason, as I can see, why she has joined the armada of filth that are related to freedomschs.com. Long story short, I'm saying to you, the stinking filth on the targeted individual shows, the TI shows, which are located at TalkShoe.com and mostly associated with freedomfchs.com. That's FFCHS. are now refusing guest access. From my standpoint, the stinking filth. The TI shows, which are on TalkShoe, want to gain your identity. They want you to reveal yourself and are now a step closer. And that is the end of this recording.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for 120297, which is the call number, or search for Vancouver. However, please know that there will be many call impersonators, so make sure you have 120297, or click in the top left purple Live Now button. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 10 to 5 p.m. Pacific time on Monday, January 21, 2013. This is episode number 2013. Okay, here's the deal. Yesterday, Sunday, January 20, 2013, I was on Renita's TalkShoe.com call number 118286, and I typed a number of entries into the chat room, which I put into the public domain and stated as such on that call. I have edited them, and now I'm going to read them here along with my comments. To begin with, I said, never ever state your plans to go public with an atrocity. Just do it with no notice. No email, no statements to anybody, no entry into your day timer. If you're going to risk your life getting the word out about something, then for God's sake, get the word out without being rubbed out first. I started out then by saying, Renita, you are a thug. You demand logins from targeted individuals, Stephen, Derek, Filthy Joe, Nigel, and Jay Wojciechowski, except muted guests, but not you. Once again, these four guys each accept anonymous guests, connections to their calls, but not stinking Renita. She's the filthiest thug at FSCHS. She demands to know who is listening to her. Remember, hosts can easily automatically mute guests upon entering the chat room, so they cannot flood the chat room with gibberish. Very importantly, much of the best feedback on my shows come from guests. So while guests are known to flood a lot, if enabled, in which case the host will have to mute them, guests do provide some of the best input anonymously, meaning that they don't even want credit for their thoughts. Many guests have a valid reason for fearing for what will happen to them if they expose themselves to the many filth around these calls, so they remain anonymous. But the illicit, stinking Renita, she refuses anyone to do that because she wants to collect their identities. She won't even allow them to listen to her show. Not Bot said. No, Derek Saturday Night Call does not accept guests. As far as I can tell, he mutes guests in the chat room every Saturday night. T said, but Derek lets guests in to listen. I believe that was Chuck's point, which it was. Not Bot. Oh, I get it. Yes, guests should be able to come into Renita's room to listen. T goes on to finish up saying, Renita could mute guests easily upon entry into the room. She doesn't require an adult rating or anything like that. To which I say no. She's never had any cursing on her call. The filthy FSCHS wretch just demands to know your pseudonym, and this will get things started. I go on to say, Thug Renita, doesn't want a wider audience. She and the filth at Freedom SCHS, FSCHS.com, they want to make book on who is here. Thug Renita is requiring a login name to hear this TalkShoe call. That would be analogous to Jesse Ventura demanding to know your ID just to listen to his TV show. Note that Spread the Love and Mamor just backed off on their demands to know your ID just to listen and on their show. They do often mute people upon entry and just won't let people talk, but at least they'll let them listen. In a sort of open communication to Jesse Ventura, I typed, Dear Jesse Ventura, the filth at freedomschs.com/FSCHS. Derek, Joe, Jay Wojciechowski, Nigel, and Renita do not allow dissent on their calls. Come on, Jesse. I was referring to Jesse's Season 3, Episode 7 TV show, where he mentioned the term targeted individual, which he grossly misdefined it. But speaking about the targeted individual issues is a huge deal. the TI term actually made it on the TV network, although misdefined. But Jesse misdefined it. He blamed it onto the Gwen Towers rather than largely orchestrated by the filthy block watch, the thinking Masons, and the secret societies. Jesse did not state organized stalking anywhere on that show in relation to targeted individuals. He only mentioned the term targeted individuals. He didn't lie, though. They never lie on network TV. They just distort the facts by omitting pertinent facts. Jesse Ventura, thank you for your service to my country. But shame on you, Jesse Ventura. You're filthy, pal. Just because... said, Renita, can you please mute Chuck of Vancouver, US and report him to TalkShoe.com for slandering you and your show in the chat? But I'm not slandering her. I'm just telling the facts. I'm not exaggerating whatsoever. Incidentally, just because who wants me muted? She is part of the brigade of FSCH filth. She wants to control dissent. Just because wants to more easily permit the ongoing killing of TIs, which FreedomSCHS.com is there to distort. Buddy G. Hinton typed into the chat room, and he referred to me as pal, and I said, Buddy G. Hinton, you're no pal of mine. Come into my call number 120297 for a gut-busting interview. I only want truth about organized stalking. Animal also typed in, Chuck harasses and slanders TIs, disrupts chats, and collects info on everybody, ignoring him. Ignore him. He is here to distract. I really don't care about Buddy or the games. My response to her is, I am not here to distract. I am here to get the word out about organized stalking, gang stalking. I am here to advise that I sincerely believe that FSCHS, FreedomSCHS.com are organized crime. They are mafia filth. And that I sincerely believe that 50% of the people in this chat room or at any given time are perps, and especially the outspoken ones. But for some reason, TalkShoe.com allows me to use their system to try to get the word out about organized stalking of targeted individuals. I go on to say, Renita, you are a thug. You demand logins from targeted individuals, TIs, even Derek, Filthy Joe, Nigel, J. Wojciechowski, except muted guest, but not you, Renita. I was referring to Derek's call number 66339, Nigel's call number 81062, Jay Wojciechowski, whose hidden call, by the way, is 92703 on Friday night, and Filthy Joe's call on 4 nights of the week, number 89899. They're hidden. Now, incidentally, why would the filth at Freedom SCHS, FSCHS have hidden calls if they wanted to get the word out about organized stalking, gang stalking? Because FreedomSCHS.com, FSCHS is a false flag operation. That's why they act so innocent, but they're acting. But once again, Renita, on your stinking Sunday afternoon calls, number 114616 and 118286, you are the only Freedom SCHS mafia filth who demands a login from TIs just to listen to you. Renita, you are a filthy, stinking wretch for doing this. You and FSCHS. Filthy Joe chimes in. He said, but Buddy is just another sock puppet. First of all, I want to respond to that comment. To begin with, let me define the term sock puppet, which I hadn't heard until a couple of years ago. Those are logins which one person uses to speak out in their favor, generally to illicitly further their cause. I also respond, first of all, I have no idea who Buddy is. He comes across to me as an embuster filth, and he probably wants me promoting his name, so to some degree I'm playing into his game, but I want his interview, the interview of an embuster filth. Secondly, Filthy Joe of FreedomSCHS.com, FSCHS. Speaking like this is like the pot calling the kettle black. Filthy Joe has 20 or more sock puppets. I kid you not. He uses them all the time. That's right. Filthy Joe of the FSCHS false flag operation, who is supposedly here to lead the targeted individuals out of this dilemma. He has 20 or more sock puppets, fake logins. Incidentally, I do admit that I have a handful of extra logins, a handful. That I use only when I'm muted, with no more than a dozen posts per month, and when I want to make a point in the chat room. Of course, since almost all of the TI calls on TalkShoe are perp calls, Filthy Degenerate Joe of FreedomSCHS.com never gets muted. And there are 10 to 15 other people on his gang of Freedom SCHS Mafia filth. The FSCHS calls at TalkShoe.com are a training ground for new filth. Now, do you get that? These calls are a training ground for new filth to learn and sharpen their deceptive techniques. So read my lips. If you are pure, be very careful to not reveal your identity to these people, as they are very proficient actors. Okay, I warned you. I go on to type yesterday, "Dear Buddy Chi Hinton, you weasel. Come to my call number 120-297 for a debate, interview, etc. But do so with no notice. Do not state your intent. Incidentally, I always make sure to clearly state that people not state their intent to blow the whistle. After all, how many times are there would-be whistleblowers that you've heard of that suddenly died a couple of days before they went to blow the whistle? What I'm saying is, if you're going to risk your life for this, then for God's sakes, get the word out. And no better place than on my call if it has to do with the issue of organized stalking of targeted individuals. So once again, call my TalkShoe at TalkShoe.com. Call number 120-297 with no notice, and the recording will begin. Everything I have stated, I hereby place into the public domain. Now, this is, I said it, I typed it into the chat room yesterday. I'm saying it into this call right now for all eternity. My call number 120-297 at this time is on nightly at 10 p.m. Pacific time, which is equivalent to 1 a.m. on the East Coast, plus many other unscheduled times daily. Renita, I say, you have stated numerous times that the stinking perp filth will infiltrate any housing situation, which the TIs get going. Now that Renita is in the filthy cult of FSCHS, freedomschs.com, she has noticeably a little less vocal about this, though. However, supposedly, every supposed TI house that I know of has been infiltrated by perps. Every one of them. The filth rarely talks about this. And I go on to say yesterday, dear any filth at freedomschs.com, FSCHS, call into my show anytime with no notice and be recorded with truth. By the way, I always mute the chat room during interviews to make sure that that such interviews don't get derailed by mobs that suddenly appear when things get interesting. Lastly, I want to say these words directly to Renita, the piece of stinking, vile mafia filth. You said you used to be on the board of directors of freedomschs.com/FFCHS, but you're not there anymore. And yet you host their calls, and they still link to your calls from their website. So whether you're on their board or not, you are clearly still with FSCHS, freedomschs.com. Now let me repeat. Today is Monday, January 21, 2013. This is TalkShoe.com, call number 120-297, episode number 3053. By the way, I want to say something. I remember Pam Anderson from these TalkShoe.com calls about TI, targeted individuals, in late 2010. She was on the FSCHS board too, Renita, and Pam was very outspoken too. But stinking FSCHS didn't own her like they seem to own you, Renita. Pam had some integrity, and she had a mind of her own. She didn't always sing the FSCHS song. Well, as the story goes, Pam shot herself in the head at a gun range. That is the BS story, that she committed suicide. Renita, I remember your FSCHS pal, the stinking president, Derek Robinson. He has admitted more than once that he was with the NSA, the National Security Agency. Now, what's wrong with that picture? Anyway, stinking Derek had an online moment of silence for poor old Pam Anderson. It was sickening. Let me spell it out. I say Pam Anderson was killed, and it was made to look like a suicide because she wasn't filthy enough, like you, Renita. Are you getting my drift here? I'm asserting that the perp filth killed Pam. Then stinking Derek had a minute of silence. It was so sickening. I remember it like it was yesterday. So that's what we're up against, folks. These stinking filth do not care about truth, and they will kill you if you try to speak out. So I want to give you a short shout out to anybody who may be thinking about speaking out about gang stalking, of organized stalking of targeted individuals. Do not tell anybody that you're considering doing it. Do not schedule it, or a tragic accident may happen to you. Just call to this TalkShoe.com show when I'm on live. Call at 724-444-7444. When prompted, enter call number 120297. Then enter a £1 or the number that's on your screen. I am the only guy that will take your interview about these TI issues. Every other TI show at TalkShoe.com is either spineless or a filthy actor. I'm not kidding. Or the call will get flooded by gibberish, which often happens, or the short segment will be buried inside of a 3-hour call. But my interviews are clean, and they're not edited ever. I've never done it yet. Once again, please do it with no notice to anyone. And I do require good audio, and I require instant answers to unanticipated questions. And that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen, and in either search box, search for 120297, which is this call number, or search for Vancouver. However, there are many call impersonators, or you can click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is live now. The time out here on the West Coast is about 6:35 p.m. on Wednesday, January 30, 2013. This is episode number 3054. It is actually a re-recording. It's entitled number 3054, Chuck, that's me. Gang stalking equals Masonic silent dagger equals Scientology fair game. Okay, here's the deal. A handful of days ago, guest 3 came into my room, and the reading that I'm about to use used his text that he entered into my chat room as a starting point. Targeted individuals of organized stalking, they're slow killed by 3 sources that I know of. Each source of slow killing has a different name, but they're all about the same thing, killing of blacklisted people slowly. Here are 3 types of people that kill blacklisted targeted individuals, TIs. Number 1 of 3, the world at large calls it organized stalking, gang stalking, or community mobbing, or other similar sounding names. Number 2 of 3, the Freemasons call it Masonic silent dagger. Some call it slow dagger or secret dagger. Google those terms. Number 3 of 3, Scientology calls it fair game. Once again, these 3 doctrines are essentially the same thing. And now here's a more complete description of each one. Number 1 of 3, the world at large calls it organized stalking, gang stalking, or community mobbing. But there are other names too, many of them, in fact, such as weed and seed. And it sounds friendly, doesn't it? But they're weeding out people. They're killing them. This is an unspoken about protocol. Essentially, it's very secretive. Targeted individuals are killed slowly. High-level perps are some slick filth. Many of them trick and lie low-level perps into participating in the dirty work. And even though each individual perp inflicts only 1 of the 1,000 cuts onto a TI to kill them, the perps do participate in the killing of TIs, and each will need to explain their actions to their maker. The Blockwatch filth administer harassment near the TI's home in what is called same time entry and exit as the TI. Each time they come and go to and from their home. But that's just the start of it, because nearly every place that a TI goes, work, the store, etc., even church, I promise you, harassment and slow killing of TIs, targeted individuals, I promise you it goes on in the churches. People are told lies to get them to participate in the mobbing and slow killing of TIs. Now, that's a very basic summary of organized stalking. But number 2 of 3, the Freemasons, they call it Masonic silent dagger, sometimes slow dagger, secret dagger. Google those terms. There are some advanced Masons beyond the 32nd degree, the 33rd and more, and they're called Shriners, who are Satanists. The women's side of the Mason Shriners, slow killers, are called Eastern Star. These terms may be buried in the Google search results. Anything derogatory will be hard to ferret out, but you will find it with some persistence. TIs get blacklisted, after which they are denied employment everywhere. This inhibits their income, and they are slowly killed. Once again, advanced Masons, known as Shriners, once at the 33rd degree, they believe in Satan. And the women's side of Masonry are called the Eastern Stars. And the reason that I read that a second time is because it disappeared from my text on my hard drive mysteriously. That makes the Masons, Shriners, and Eastern Stars knowing accomplices of these premeditated murders of TIs, targeted individuals. And to add insult to injury, a TI's only family members are often duped into participating in the slow killing of their own bloodline. Sometimes this killing happens over generations. The killing of a bloodline happens over generations. People are actually tricked into eradicating their own bloodline, i.e. duped into killing themselves eventually. But number 303, Scientology calls it fair game. They want you to shut up, essentially. They want their former Cylons to shut up. And they might leave you alone. Incidentally, in my 20s, I got sucked into that cult for about 5 weeks, but I don't feel like shutting up about them. Most people who have been in the cult have heard of fair game, and they're threatened and blackmailed. So most Scientologists do shut up about this illicit Scientology fair game doctrine. To get rid of Scientology, by the way, number one, don't pay in advance for a future class, and I promise you they'll never pass you out of the present class. Scientology will not pass you out of the first class until you've signed up for a second and third and so forth. I heard this dirty little secret early on, and I promise you it will work. Again, don't pay for future classes, and you'll eventually get out. Scientology regs, in other words, registrars, will accost you at every break, every time there's a break in the class. Just don't pay, though, for a second class, and you'll be booted out. Another issue about them is they cannot handle listening to dissent about Scientology. They call it in theta on their lines. Every other religion is used to hearing dissent about themselves, but not Scientology. Just bitch about them, and you'll be gone. Another way to get rid of Scientology is to talk about Xenu. That's right, Zini weenie poo poo. Only their top 10% of them know about Xenu. Right, that's right. The top 10% actually believe in that nonsense. But more about that in a bit. Once again, this is Chuck of Vancouver, Washington, U.S., and this is TalkShoe.com, call number 120297, episode number 3054. I hereby place this recording into the public domain. In other words, the public owns it. You own any recording I do. Please copy this MP3 recording file and republish it widely. There are no restrictions or expectations. But referring to Scientology, a few days ago, Guest 3 typed into the chat room. Guest 3 said, "Tell us more about Xenu. What is the myth about him?" Then after reading it on Wikipedia, Guest 3 said, "Xenu is the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. Xenu brought 175 million people to Earth and blew them up in hydrogen bombs and volcanoes and killed them all, LOL. By the way, LOL means laugh out loud in internet-ese. Xenu is an incredible hero, he or she goes, LOL. Poor Xenu. Now he's trapped in an electronic mountain, as Scientology myth goes. He needs our help, LOL, says Guest 3. Too bad planet TGAC was abandoned by the galactic forces. The OT3 document, OT, by the way, means operating Satan in Scientology-ese. A document describes how Hubbard entered into the wall of fire but emerged alive. He's probably the only one to get out in the entire 75 million year history. I'm serious. Guest 3 says, Xenu needs our help. I think he was joking, though. To escape the electronic mountain, let's gather the galactic forces to get out. They rarely admit that they got sucked into it, so they hide it naturally. But by their vocabulary, you will know that many cultists have gained an ear, even if they spend only a small amount of time into the cult. Now, I'm going to start this Scientology section, or continue it rather, the way I will end it. To get rid of Scientology, I list 4 things. Number 1, threaten to sue them, and they will leave you alone. You don't have to actually sue them; just threaten to sue them, and they'll get rid of you. Talk about Xenu, the wacky belief that only the OT3s and above, the top level, you understand, actually believe in it and rub it in their face. Most of the bottom 90% maybe have heard the scuttlebutt about it, but don't know about it. Don't pay for future classes, period, and they won't pass you out of the current one. Another way to get rid of them is bitch about Scientology, because they cannot handle dissent like every other religion can. If at all possible, do not give, by the way, this is really important, I have it in all uppercase, do not give Scientology your name or identity, or they will hound you forever. Remember, Scientologists are the last people that you want to have your name. I warned you, pal. Do not give your name to them. Anyway, guest 3 goes on to say, Scientology is the wackiest doctrine I have ever heard in my life. Xenu is by far the most ridiculous story in the figure of history. Too bad he is still stuck in that electronic mountain trap, or maybe he'll find his way out and to get him out of there. Xenu is my new role model, says guest 3. Now, I understand why Scientologists hate psychiatrists, guest 3 said, because if they were ever told the story of Xenu, they would be locked up immediately. LOL, LOL, LOL. Xenu is obviously a targeted individual by galactic forces, said guest 3. It was at this point in guest 3's rant into the chat room, which I am reading, of typing into the chat room, that I decided to do a recording. So, in the chat room where guest 3 was typing, he or she, and I don't know which they were, complied with my request to put their writings into the public domain. Guest 3 typed these exact words. Everything I've typed in is in the public domain. And also, I might add, this reading that you are listening to right now, I hereby place this reading into the public domain. Do with it as you wish. Guest 3 goes on to say, though, I am L. Ron Hubbard, back to correct the record of Xenu and the poor 175 million he supposedly killed with hydrogen bombs in volcanoes. I should explain that Hubbard was the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, by the way, founder of Scientology. Have I warned you lately not to give them your name or you're screwed for life? Do not give them your identity. I believe... Guest 3 goes on to say, I believe Zeph is a real target, number 1 after all. Why would they name their child Zeph? Makes me skeptical of him. He sounds like an offspring of Xenu. At any rate, Xenu and Zeph sound like close relatives to me. Guest 3 says, LOL. Now, Guest 3 is referring to Zeph Daniel. He's an outspoken person about gang stalking and organized stalking, but not about Xenu that I know of. But Zeph, in many of his recordings, gets highly diverted onto too many other subjects that are non-gang stalking, organized stalking related to suit me. Plus, he gets drawn into diversions of Christianity. But anyway, Guest 3 goes on to say, too bad Xenu is isolated from the electronic trap. He has the saddest gang stalking story I've ever heard, these galactic forces. I have a new faith. I know Xenu will be freed from the electronic mountain to trap and kill the galactic forces, free of us, all of us TIs. Flash mobbing is part of gang stalking, says Guest 3. Shucks, I'm saying Guest 3 lost his connection. Suffice to say, Google the term flash mob. Flash mobbing is one of the things that gang stalkers do to TIs, to targeted individuals. Google flash mob, and you might even need to put it in quotes. I'm going to end this Scientology section the way I started out. To get rid of Scientology, number 1, threaten to sue them, and they will leave you alone. You don't actually have to sue them, just threaten to sue them. Number 2, talk about Xenu, the wacky-ass belief that OT3s and beyond in Scientology, the top 10%, actually believe it, and rub it in their face. Number 3, don't pay for future classes, period. They won't pass you out of the current one unless you do. If you signed up for another one. Number 4, bitch about Scientology, because they cannot handle dissent like every other religion can. Lastly, you may think this recording was uncalled for, but remember this. Organized stalking, gang stalking, community mobbing by Block Watch. They're lied to by community groups doing secret weed and seed operations. The Freemasons, the Shriners, the Eastern Star, and also the Scientology fair gamers. The aforementioned harassing TIs, also known as targeted individuals to death. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120-297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search in either search box, search for 120-297, which is this call number, or search for Vancouver. However, there will be many other Vancouver call impersonators, or click on the top purple button on the top left Live Now screen. The timeout here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 3 p.m. On Saturday, February 2, 2013. This is episode number 13. Okay, now I have on the phone with me, That Girl Is Good, and that's her pseudonym. And I did interview her one time before. There were a lot of things that she didn't want to talk about, so I essentially threw it away. But how are you doing, That Girl Is Good, and what's going on today?
I'm doing well, Chuck, and I'm just calling in to answer the questions.
Okay, now you're a targeted individual, but you're somewhat different than most people around here are targeted. Why don't you explain how that washes?
Well, I believe so because I believe that I was targeted by numerous people from going into a Christian chat room originally and talking to different folks through emails or, chat. And one of them actually decided he wanted to meet me, and I feel that he was part of this stalking group.
What was this guy's name?
In real life?
Whatever I don't want his last name, I'll tell you that.
Fueled by Wax was his handle.
Okay. And why don't you go on? Please continue with the story.
There was interesting things that happened. I just, I'd not been online. I'd been married for many, many years, and I didn't know anything about the online community. So I decided I'm going to try to go online, and I'd decided I would try it. So I did, and I was pretty much shunned, which I find most chat rooms do. And I would...
Where were you shunned at? Can I please ask, where were you shunned at? Go ahead.
It was Christian Mingle.
Okay, and so ChristianMingle.com, you were shunned there.
I would say so, yeah. Shunned
in what way? In what way? Why don't you tell us more, please, about this shunning?
Well, they would not include me into the chat room conversations. I would be excluded or made fun of.
How did they go about excluding you? How did they do that?
They wouldn't answer my questions like the room that you talk about always. They would ignore me. They wouldn't communicate with me because I believe I professed my faith, and they weren't happy with the faith that I professed. And so they started to harass me then. By some of them even called me because they didn't like the things I was saying.
They called you. What do you mean? They called you on the phone?
Yeah, because I'm not afraid of them. I would go in and talk to them and try to carry on a conversation and just be a good person and try to. My purpose online was to meet people.
Okay.
And
so
not
these people, like you somehow did you gave your number. Well, I mean, if you give your number out, you should expect to be called. Where am I going wrong here?
No, I did expect to be called because I wanted to be able to have a conversation with them other than typing online, because things get misunderstood when you're typing online.
Sure.
And you can make yourself much more clear when you call in like I'm doing now and say what you think, and your feelings are more involved in it. It's more, you can
All right, so
comprehend it.
how many people called you? They were all guys, I assume.
Yes, they were all men, and boy, there were quite a few.
A dozen? Were there 5? Were there 50?
No, I would say from the original time that they got upset with me, there were maybe 5 that I had phone conversations with.
Okay. They called
one
you,
was
these
from
guys.
Texas. One was from Texas. He actually sent me pictures of himself and his so-called
So you
wife.
not only that, you gave out your address, or he sent it to you online.
I did, because I was very naive at the time, and I didn't know that people could be so evil.
Okay, so this guy. So once you continue talking, though, this is interesting to me. So this Texan sent you pictures of himself.
Yeah, and
that was just one of the 5.
Yeah, and I still have his picture. I found it recently, and I need to mail it back to him if it's even a real picture, if he was real. Then what happened was I did something I shouldn't have done because I was trying to test the program. I put up a different picture, and
you mean you put up a picture claiming that it was you and it was somebody else?
I did that, and I went public and apologized for that later because I wanted to see if these men would go after the younger looking, better looking woman, and they fell all over her. They couldn't control themselves. So after they did that, I announced that this was me, and then that's when the attacks really started.
So now they're mad.
Now
they want to get even. They feel somehow justified.
Yeah. And I didn't know I was really doing anything wrong, and that's what I said. I was trying to conduct an experiment because I wanted to see these men seem to like to go after these young women or these women that are willing to be sexually explicit with them, and it's a Christian chat room, and I didn't believe in that. Test the water.
Wow. So you had younger, hotter, sexually explicit women in a Christian chat room.
Yes.
And what was the name of this website again?
Christian Mingle.
Really?
And the man that met me, the man that I finally met, that came out to meet me, that I ended up having a relationship with, the perp, he even told me Christian Mingle, that's a joke. So
why did he think? Why did he think that was a joke?
Because I think he knew he was part of the stalking group and that it was not a serious or legitimate website to begin with.
So you're making the assertion
that
the Christian Mingle is like a pickup spot. It's a screw 'em and let's harass people.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. 100% absolutely sure of
that.
Now,
when you say 100% in your case, but then you were annoying them. I mean, you were putting I
wasn't annoying.
Picture.
I did do that after the first episode of being shunned and.
After being shunned, you put up a hot picture after you were shunned.
Yeah.
Really? So first you were shunned, and then you put a picture of a hot woman, on there.
Mm-hmm.
And then they flocked at you.
I did do that, and that was probably wrong. But I did go back and publicly announce that was me. I'd done something wrong, and I'm asking for forgiveness as a Christian. And I hope you understand why I did it, because I needed to understand how why these men were shunning me to begin with.
Why do you think they did shun you, by the way?
I wasn't, well, of course, the picture I used the second time was much more attractive.
Oh, I see. So they shunned you based on picture alone.
Oh, yeah, I would say on my appearance and my Definitely my appearance and maybe the way I spoke. I wasn't relating to their biblical
But it
lifestyle.
doesn't sound like you learned much, because you put a picture of a woman here on TalkShoe on your call. Hang on, I want to give your. Hang on, I'm sorry. That girl is good. I'm sorry. I'm really working to make it really fast here. Now you've got like an icon picture, but your number is 365-6503. That's your TalkShoe number.
Right.
And you're age 49. And there's but now that other picture that you had for a few days, I told you, I think you should take that picture down. I don't know. I thought you were a dish myself, but was that you?
Yeah, that's me. But I've changed over the years. I've done some things to better myself.
Okay, but I thought you looked fine in that picture. But I recommended that you take that picture down. You do recall that I recommended.
Yes, and I took it down.
Why did you put that after giving what you'd already been through on Christian Mingle? Why did you put that picture up, for God's sake?
You know why? Because like you, I will not back down. I will not be terrorized by these people. I will not back down. I stand on my foundation. I am a moral, good human being, and I will not be back down for a group of gangstas that are willing to do that to women. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stand up for what I believe in, and I'm going to stand up for other women and let them know that they don't have to be abused and treated like this. And if you start doing it to me, I'm going to stand up to you too. I'm not going to sit down on
Have you seen me
this.
do it? I mean, why would you even say that?
No, I have not seen you do it, and that's why I continue to have some trust in you. You've been nothing but upfront about what's going out in the public domain. You've never lied. You may use some foul language and stuff. That's your gig. I don't particularly care to use that, but, I'm not going to condemn you for that. That's up to you. And you even said you're trying to fix that.
I am fixing it slowly, real slow. Sometimes not fast enough. So what's your stance on what's going on here at TalkShoe? And why don't you tell us what drew you in here?
I feel there are rooms in TalkShoe that are very similar. I mean, not just TalkShoe. It's all over the internet. I've been on Catholic Mingle. I've been on Match.com. I've been on Plenty of Fish. I've been on a lot of these websites, and I'm not promiscuous, either. But I just
and these seem like promiscuous sites. Is that your take on these places?
Yeah. I do believe that a lot of stuff goes on.
So it's a fishing hole. It's a fishing hole for the scumbags. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do believe that. And I do believe it's not only that, though. I do believe there are a lot of innocent people, and they are the ones that become the targeted individuals. They are taken advantage of. They're very vulnerable. They've maybe just gone through some terrible things in their lives, terrible relationships. And these men or women. I don't say it's all men doing it. Women are probably doing it to the men as well. And they're going after them. And if you make yourself vulnerable and you put your information out there, you're going to get hit. But now, after you realize that, you can go in actually and do some things to make a difference and try to help the ones that don't get it. And that's what I'm trying to do.
So tell me more about this Buddy character. And once you just that's okay. Even if it's a pseudonym, let's not get the last name. But
I'm not going to give the last name. But what was odd to me is after a while I realized that I think I was talking to more than one person. He always wanted. We were a long distance relationship. He lived in Canada. I lived where I lived, and we would travel back and forth to see each other. But in the interim, we would spend a lot of time online. I don't know if the guy had cameras in his house when I went there. There's all kinds of things now that I think could have transpired that I wish I would have been smarter, but I trusted him. And I just know that they would refer to themselves as Buddy. I think I'd be chatting when I thought I was chatting solely to him, I would be chatting to probably 10 other people. And it's not
really. So you're saying that these guys were acting. They were pretending to be Buddy.
Yes, and it's not just women. It's not just men. It's not just him and 6 other men.
Wow,
I believe women
some deep stuff.
I believe women were involved. I believe women were involved in it as well. Now, Buddy is a code word they use. to communicate to each other.
At ChristianMingle.com. At
and a lot of them-
ChristianMingle. Hang on, I want to ask this.
Yes.
Buddy is the code word they use at ChristianMingle.com. And that indicates 10 people can pretend to be one guy. And
yes.
How do you get sucked into that? I'm sorry to ask such an antagonistic question, but
I'm not. You know what, Chuck? It's my nature. I'm a naive person, and I'm not now anymore. That's why I ask so many questions when I'm on your show, even, or when I'm in other rooms, because I'm trying to figure out. People have, not everybody thinks the way I think. Everybody
once again, my name is Chuck of Vancouver, U.S. This is TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, episode number 3055. Please continue. I just wanted to slip that in. Please continue. I didn't mean to kill the conversation. Please continue on.
Not everybody thinks the same way I think. And especially in your show, this is one reason I respected you, is because when I had a normal conversation with somebody on your show one night typing, you were impressed or intrigued, I should say, by that. You were happy that there was that communication. And I do believe that people need to learn how to communicate better to make this world a better place. And they need to have respect for each other and really listen to each other and try to understand each other and not just set out to attack and abuse because they have differences of opinion. I hope that...
Are you a cop? Are you a cop?
I am not a cop. I have worked in public service. I have also worked in private industry. I've run my own business.
Have you ever been with the media? Are you now, or have you ever been with the media?
I've never been with the media. Never.
Okay, were you making a story about this? I'm just asking some tough questions.
Was I making a story?
Yeah, I just want to know.
No, this is absolutely true. This is absolutely true. It is my life. 100% true.
What else do you see here on TalkShoe? I want to hear what's going on TalkShoe.com here. What do you see happening? I've seen you in some of the other targeted individual shows. They're fakes. Almost all of them are filthy.
Yeah, I do
They're
believe.
fakes.
I do believe after being on the internet and really I've been really investigating and researching. And what I see is a lot of or disinformation, I would have to say. People are putting things out there, and people with mind processes that don't understand they have to really dig deep and decipher that information are being affected. And I think it is causing people to do things that they normally wouldn't do. I think they're listening to this information, they're not able to process it, and so almost like a brainwashing technique.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I want to, because I think whether you were naive to start with or not, you know a thing or two. What do you think about the people? I don't have a very, I have a very, very low opinion of the stinking filth at freedomschs.com. What do you think about them, though, despite my leading question?
Chuck, I do like the one other person I've talked to is the Ant Farm, the guy.
Yeah, he uses a fake voice.
Yeah, he does use a fake voice, but I do believe he's sincere when he speaks to you. I do believe that. The others, just from going in there, again, I feel like they shun people, they block people, they mute people. They don't want a conversation. They want to put what they want out there, and they don't want to have
they mute
a
all
conversation.
Gas. They have hidden rooms. Yeah.
Right, and I don't think that's right. That is not fair. It's not the way it should be done. If they want to earn their living by distorting the truth, then that's wrong, and that's what gets people into trouble, and that's what creates chaos.
You think they're earning their living? Do you think these are a bunch of horny guys and chicks that are out to...
Yeah, they're making some money off of it, definitely.
How do you think they're making money?
I think they have PayPal. This is just my theory. I don't know this for sure, but I think they have private PayPal accounts set up, and they're transferring money based on bets that they're making online and things of that nature. To see how far they can get somebody to go, a woman like me, a vulnerable, targeted individual, and they make bets on it.
That's sick, man. I'm sorry I'm laughing, but that's really sick.
That's what I believe. Now, I could be absolutely wrong. That's just a theory I have.
And you think they're doing that
Chuck,
at talk show here?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that? Is that comprehensible to you?
I am shocked on that one. I absolutely, I'm not ready to even voice an opinion on it. I have never heard that concept. I have never heard that before. I don't know. That's a new one. That's why I was giggling. I'm sorry, I was giggling like a schoolboy. I wasn't laughing at you. I was just, man, that's rowdy.
I think people are capable of anything. Anything. I know what I'm capable of, and I know I'm not capable of that, but I know I have been exposed to it. So there's a thing that happens when you're exposed to evil. You can kind of understand the evilness, and you'd have to make a choice. Then you're exposed to it, so you have to make a decision. Am I going to live my life morally on the foundation that I know, or am I going to follow that and be like them? Now, you don't have to follow that, but once you're exposed to it, you can see it, and you can be made aware.
But you uploaded a real picture of yourself on talk show here for a few days, even after you'd already been through this kind of crap at these other sites. Why did you do that? Yeah.
Because, for one thing, I wanted you to see who I was, because I felt that I wanted you to believe me and trust me. And I took it down when you said I should. Secondly...
Well, I took it down as soon as I saw it up. I suggested that you take it down as soon as I saw it up.
I know. Secondly, I don't want people to be afraid to stand up for what they believe. I do believe that... I don't think people should just let this die and let people get away with it. I think it's cruel, and it's hurtful, and it's hateful, and it's not the direction the world should be going. There's enough hate in the world. There's enough hate in all these countries. We see it every day. People are dying. Babies are getting murdered.
What's the biggest thing you've learned here at Talk Show regarding targeted individuals? What's the number one thing on the top of the list?
Well, I'd have to say not to trust anybody, but that goes against my moral beliefs.
Didn't you know that when you came here? Didn't you know that when you came here, though? You've been to so many other sites.
I know that, but I don't want to give up hope on the human race.
Okay, that's the number one thing that you learned. What's the biggest thing you learned from your exposure with this Buddy character? And how do you think he came out to you because he paid them? How do you think he became the chosen one to get together with you?
He made a comment to me once. I met you on my watch. So they were watching, and it was his turn to go do it. They obviously take turns at doing it.
Really?
And I could tell you story after story, Chuck, to make this.
Let's hear it. Let's hear a story.
Right now, I'd have to actually sit down and write it on paper.
I don't want it written on paper because that gets to be staged. Okay. I wanted to hear it fresh.
Well,
tell me a story. Come on.
It's hard for me to go back and recall when I'm under the gun like this, things that happen. But that's one of the things that he did say to me that was that when my mind clicked in as to what was going on, he said to me, that's something that just came like a memory back into my head. And I had a great, great teacher once tell me, if there are things your mind can't comprehend at a certain time in your life, just put a shelf, like a closet, in your brain and put those things on the shelf and bring them out and deal with them.
All right, you have just started a couple of calls, number 126374, and that's called the Broken Heart Healing Room. And it's got what's the deal with that? What do you hope to do with that call?
Well, I have to actually learn how to do this thing, and then I want to put it up there. But I do want people that feel like they've been abused by online abuse or by any type of abuse to be able to come in there and learn how to communicate and learn how to do it productively where you're not hurting other people. And I do believe even TalkShoe and other chat rooms have taught me that. I have become a better communicator, and I have really tried to think about what I type before I type it, because there's somebody else out there on the other end that may not be processing it the way I'm saying it.
All right. So what do you hope to achieve on this call? And are you really gonna go live on Talk to You here with it? That sounds pretty like something.
I'd like to do
What do
it.
you hope
yes.
to achieve?
I hope to achieve some place where people can feel safe and comfortable, where they're not going to be meet people that are going to be abusive or take advantage of them. And that's hard to do, but at least they can have the rules laid out. They can listen to somebody who's been through it, and other people that have been through things like this, and they can have the rules laid out for them. And so they can know what to look for, and they can become more aware without having to go through all the pain.
What would you do different here at Talk To You? What would you do different here at Talk To You after all your previous experiences at the other sites?
I hate to say this because it conflicts with probably some freedoms, but I do think people need to have give more information about themselves. I do believe that people have to. There has to be a way to find out if somebody has done this before, or if you need to run some sort of check on them, background check, because women and men are going out there and being murdered, attacked, raped. And I don't want to see my young children or any children growing up thinking that it's okay and that people can get away with that and it's okay to do. And there has to be some sort of checks and balances. There has to be some sort of checks and balances. Not just everybody in the world should be able to have access to this stuff.
All right, but anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but that's the way I interview. I go around in circles. You said you met Buddy, and he mentioned on his watch.
Yeah.
Who else did you meet on their watch? He was one of the 5. Tell me about a couple of the others.
Well, a couple of the others I did meet before I went into Christian Mingle through Plenty of Fish. I went out on a couple dates, but
plentyoffish.com.
That didn't transpire into anything. And same thing, just abusive. One of the guys was very abusive, wanted to boss me around, tell me how to live my life, tried to help me spend some of my money, which, So I
now,
mean,
was this
that
somebody that
lived
in the general vicinity of you, or
he was a local?
Okay.
So
and that was on Plenty of Fish. And tell me about another situation. But you didn't live with that guy. You lived with Buddy.
I didn't live with Buddy. We traveled back and forth, and I would stay there for a month at a time because I had more free time to do that, or a couple weeks at a time. He had a job. And he had a job as a janitor in a school.
Really?
Yeah. With kids.
So he had a job, but he was able to be apart from his. Did he stay at your place for a month at a time?
No, he would come and stay here like for 10 days at the most because he had to go back to work. He'd get vacation.
How many times did he do that? Over how long of a period of time?
Over 3-year period. We traveled back and forth, and I went there probably 3 times a year, and he came here like 3 times a year.
So that was like his 2-week vacation, 10 days at a time for 3 years, 10 days.
He'd get like 3 to 4 weeks of vacation and sick time and whatever.
So now what, I'm sorry, the cynic in me thinks he was a janitor at a school. What's your gut say? Because we haven't given his first name or anything like that.
My gut says,
his real first name or his last name. Please continue.
This is what I've always felt about this man. He's more than a janitor. Yes, that's his cover as a janitor, but he works undercover in the school. I don't know if he's there to protect them or if he could be some sort of agent. Not really. I hate to sound like that. That to me sounds crazy, like 007. I always had this thing. Maybe he's doing good. But then he kept hurting me. So I'm like, how can he be doing good if he's constantly abusing me and hurting me? He can't.
All right. So what do you think he was doing at the school? Now you have nothing to base this on. I just want your gut say.
My gut says he was working undercover either to weed people out of the school. He would talk about the union. He was a big union guy. He was not happy that they were making changes to the union and the sick time and stuff up there. I think he was kind of like a mole, spying
in the school.
Yeah.
He was in the school and he was spying on. I know, was this a grade
Maybe
school,
the
a junior
teachers,
high, a high
maybe,
school?
Maybe the teachers. He was a floater. He'd go to different schools, different grade levels.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it grade schools, junior high, high school? What level, please?
When I met him, he was at a high school. Then he went down to an elementary school, and he could float. He could he could transfer when things came up.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, this buddy sounds like something, man. I want to interview him. Tell me about somebody else. You talked about Buddy. You talked about the guy in your general vicinity. Who else did you get together with?
That was it. I mean, I told you I'm not a promiscuous person.
No, I wasn't alluding to that either. I'm just saying, but
I met him and I was head over heels. Let me put it that way, too. I was head over heels in love with this man. I still think I have feelings for this guy.
But this guy, and somehow now you're here at Talk to You. Do you think he came here to talk to you? Did he follow you here?
Yeah.
Did you follow
he
him?
Knows everything.
What's the deal?
He knows everything I'm doing. He's never going to stop watching me. He is never
like
he's
got his hooks into your PC. He knows something. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And I think he's having a hard time dealing with the breakup too.
Okay, what this is wild keeper of his story. What else do you want to say before we end off this interview? It's been about half hour, 40 minutes. What do you want to say? What do you want to get into this? This is probably our one and only story that we're going to do. What do you want to say?
I want to thank you for letting people speak about the truth in their life.
Okay, what else do you want to say? What do you want to say to the world? What is the biggest thing that, because I interrupt so much and chase the conversation around all over the place, what did you not get to speak that I diverted you from? Please, now's the time, because there probably won't be another interview.
Okay, then I just want to say this is very, very important. This is what really saved me and helped me through all of it, is that I found a good church, I found a good Christian counselor, and it got me over the darkest part of my life. And if people are having that type of experience in their life, the best thing you can do, in my opinion, is to find support, and it is in your community, through churches, through counseling, and you can get the help you need, and you can get through it.
What about the churches and counseling? Do you think they're gamed also? Do you think there's some filth in there? What do you think?
I think that every church and every counseling is infiltrated, but I think if you have a good gut instinct, you're going to know who to follow. And I'm not saying you have to pick any particular type of church or type of person that's going to help you, but you have to be comfortable in your own skin and know how you feel while you're doing it. And if it makes you feel better, and if you see changes in your life, positive changes in your life because of it, then stick with it.
Okay. What's the last thing you want to say? I'm getting ready to end off this interview. What is
Chuck.
the one last thing? I'm going to dig one more thing out of you, girl. Come on, let's have it.
That's it.
Come on, let's have something really. Let's give them something. Let's leave them.
Okay,
shaking
buddy,
their heads, slapping their knees.
Buddy, I will get justice. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. I have 100% faith in my Lord, and I have 100% faith in the system, and I know that justice will prevail in this.
And what do you mean by that? What does that mean, justice? Like you want to get even? It sounds like you want to get even.
No, it's not about revenge. It's about doing the right thing. It's got nothing to do with revenge. Like I said, I love this man. I still have feelings for this man. I was devastated.
What does that?
But it's about doing the right thing.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry if you don't want revenge.
It means that no, it's because justice and revenge are not the same thing. Justice is out of my hands. Revenge is a human reaction to a situation. You go out and you respond, you react, you get your revenge on somebody. Justice is the absolute truth, the godly truth, the absolute truth. No matter what.
I still don't get it. Help me out here, please. Justice will prevail. I'm going to listen to this. I'm still not going to get it. Please tell me what you mean by justice will prevail. Is that what you said?
Yeah. In the end, you look back over years, all these years of history, thousands of years. in the end, justice prevails. Good wins. Good versus evil. It's very simple concept. Yeah, you do the right thing. You do the right thing, and you're going to be okay. So I'm not saying this man's going to pay a price, but I'm saying in the end, justice will prevail. I feel, justified because I've done what I needed to do because of all of it. So,
that girl is good. What do you want to end off on? I'm getting ready to hit the terminate button.
That's
what do you
it.
want to end off?
That's it. It is finished, Chuck. It is finished.
All right, it is finished. Except that girl is good is going to have her show here on TalkShoe, which I'm really looking forward to now. Number 126374. This ought to be good. So you guys, take it easy. That's the end of this interview. I'm going to end the interview and the call.
Oh, shoot. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen, and in either search box, search for show number 120297, which is his call number, or search for Vancouver. However, there will be many call impersonators, or click on the purple top left Live Now button. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 11 p.m. on Friday, February 15th, 2013. This is episode number 3056. I have on the phone with me, I've got two people. I've got That Girl Is Good, who is co-hosting the show with me, and I've got Nick Spinner, who I did interview number 3045 on December 2 of 2012. It's a comparison of secret society perps, pure TIs, and TI perps. And Nick, how are you?
I'm all right. I've been all right. How are you?
Hanging in there. Yeah. And how are you, That Girl?
I'm fine. How are you, Nick?
I'm all right. I thought you were never going to have a co-host. I thought that was one of your rules.
This opportunity presented itself. Most people that have been on here, number 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0, they just didn't want to do it. But this one, That Girl Is Good, wanted to do it. But this interview is about you. And what's new since we've talked in December 2 of 2012?
Well, not much. I haven't really been doing my show at all. The last show I did was a recording that you encouraged me to do about Alex Jones's experience with stalking in New York. And that's pretty much all the activity I've had this recently.
I didn't hear that show. What happened with that? How was Alex Jones?
Let's have a quick synopsis of Alex Jones.
That
what
was
happened
just
to
a reading of an article that was posted on InfoWars about how when Alex Jones was in New York to be on Piers Morgan on CNN, he was being followed and harassed by 3 teams of 3 DHS agents.
No, he didn't ask them for their IDs. So how would he wouldn't really know that they were DHS agents, would he?
I'm pretty sure that's the way he found out, was the DHS agent was aware of the situation and told him about it or posted on a blog.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah,
do you work for him or something?
Say it again?
Do you work for Alex Jones or something?
No.
Yeah, as a TI, I mean, I've often sensed that when I was stalked, and I haven't been stalked much recently other than some same-time entry, that there were 2 sets of 2, but I guess when you get up to the big time like Alex Jones does, 3 sets of 3. Have you been stalked, Nick?
Not recently, but yeah, a lot, a couple years ago.
What sorts of things happened?
Just being followed around everywhere I'd go, seeing the same people everywhere I'd go.
It was the same people. How far away from home were you?
Didn't matter how far I went, but the same people I'd see would be usually close by to the house.
But what about when you got out and about, when you spread your wings, and when you got away from home? Was he
Then it'd be mostly cars that I'd notice. Just like you'd notice the car, tailing you. But I wouldn't know if it was the same person from. I think they probably, once you get farther away, the farther away you get, they use different people in most cases, so that it's not.
That's been my experience. So
why do you think they're stalking you? Why do you think they were doing that?
Well, I think it could be any number of reasons. One could be random, target practice. Another could be because of my political views. Maybe it's random, plus they add in another, thing like, all right, we're gonna do this to somebody. How about somebody who, is against us politically? Like maybe I just fit a bunch of key things on some type of grid.
But you're also fairly outspoken.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? I'm sorry to ask such a tough question, but why don't you go ahead?
About my outspokenness? Well, I mean, I used to pass out 9/11 truth type information all over town. I've had some confrontations with police that were, you could say I've got outspoken during them, and I might have gotten police to say a little bit more than they want to, or in certain situations just make the police look bad and things. I know they hate me. They even told my dad one time that they're like, oh, we can't wait till your son's 18 so we can get him. Stuff like that.
Wow. And you're well over 18 now. How old are you?
22.
Have you ever been arrested?
Say that again?
Have you ever been arrested?
Yes.
What for?
Do I say that?
No, it's totally up to you, man. Totally up to you.
Last time I was arrested, some people at a mall said that I had guns with me, and I didn't, of course, because I don't own any guns, but they looked at my name, and apparently I had a warrant for my arrest for something I'd already dealt with.
Oh, so you think you were set up?
No, I think it's just the way the police are. It's just a bad system.
But what do you think? That's right. You take the ball, that girl. You ask the most intelligent questions. You go ahead there.
Well, okay, so you were being stalked.
Wait, I have a question. Why did you think I was a perp? Didn't you? When you saw my name, you said, "Oh, he's a perp. He's something like that."
Well,
no,
this is about.
Chuck. I moved my mouse over your user ID to make sure it was you, and it was you. It is you. But you do know, by the way, because you're one of the people that knows how to log in as other people.
You love to bring that up.
You walked into that one, didn't you?
You love to bring that one up. I only did
but
that
you can. You got some user on here, the talk show username John Doe with a capital J and a capital D, and you know how to log in as them, don't you?
But
Nick?
I never used it maliciously. Remember, that show you were doing was all about that. And so it made me think about it, and I tried to figure it out, and I did pretty quick. It was clear that I was who I was, and I wasn't imitating anybody.
Yeah,
why would you do that, though? Why would you want to... okay, if you don't do it, but why would somebody else want to have the same handle as somebody and imitate
that person look bad?
And do you think that would be somebody who's like behind the scenes, like authority figure doing it, or do you think it's just some
No,
joker
I think the
off
people
the
who are
street?
the authority figure types probably have better motives. I mean, a better means at their disposal rather than just impersonating somebody in the chat room.
So this is probably just a bunch of kids or trolls that figured out how to do this, and they're just trying to go after people to hurt them or to get information.
Well, the only two people that know how to do it around here that I know of, I promise you, I do not, but that's you, Nick. And I tend to believe you when you say you haven't stepped on it too bad. But the other person is Ant Farm, by the way.
Yeah, you were interviewing Ant at the time.
How's that?
It was like you were interviewing Ant at the time about that. It was like the discussion at the time, and it just got me interested. So I
Oh, really?
tried it.
Now I should point out one thing, and I'm sorry I don't have the number for Ant Farm, but that was a chat room interview because I won't allow Ant to come on here because he's got a voice changer, and I don't allow voice changers on this call.
Yes.
So are you pretty proficient then with computers and hacking or things like that?
Not at all.
No?
I don't know how to hack anything.
So what's the biggest thing you've learned, Nick, about stalking? What about this stalking? What's the biggest thing you've learned?
Just how widespread it is and how hidden in plain sight it is, things like that.
How is it hidden in plain sight, please? The stalking.
Well, I mean, it's all like you can be with your family member or friend or whatever and pointing it out, like, oh, there's that guy from earlier doing this right over there. That car's been following us from here to here, doing all this weird stuff, and they like can look straight at it and not see anything, you know. Like you talk about with like the women with baby carriages. Like when you point that out to somebody, they're gonna think you're crazy.
Yes,
so it's hidden in plain sight.
What else? That's a good one. That's a really good one, which I don't think we've discussed that on here on this show before. What other examples can you pass off to us there, Nick?
Of it being hidden in plain sight or other stuff?
Yeah, you pick.
Well,
the stalking issues. Gang stalkers.
My mind's not really working. I'm pretty tired, but let me think. What else have I learned? Let's see.
Have they ever approached your house, like come up to where you live and knocked on the door? Or?
Not that I know of. I mean, I think they've been down in the parking lot. My mom said that she saw some guy like walking towards our stairs one time, and as soon as she saw him and he saw her, she like ran away. But mostly it'd be out on, like near my house. It'd be out on the sidewalks.
What else have you learned though? What's something that you can really help other TIs, other targeted individuals that are listening into this a decade from now, a century from now?
Well, if you're trying to convince anybody of it, you're not going to do it so much with your own story unless it's like really close friends that trust you. It's going to be through like articles, even like the bad articles on the internet about it. Like they're more likely to be convinced by something on the internet or on TV than they are from your first-hand account.
Good point. What's your take on these clowns over at freedomfchs.com? Those stinking filth. What's your take on those guys? I'm sorry, that's a leading question again, but what do you have to say about them?
Well, when I first started hearing you rant against them when I first came to talk to you, I thought you were way over the line. Now I pretty much think they're either useful idiots, controlled opposition, some sort of mixture of good and bad, and that basically just not going anywhere.
What do you mean by useful idiots? What's that mean, please?
More like useless idiots.
Useless, okay.
I don't know.
Do you believe them? Do you believe they have integrity?
No.
freedomfchs.com.
I don't know.
You don't believe it?
Members are. I don't know that all the members are integrity-less, but as an organization as a whole, I don't put much to it. I don't put much faith in it.
What do you think they're attempting to do by mixing everybody up? Why are they doing that?
I think they might have started with good intentions, and now they're just sort of like managing what they've created and like not going anywhere. They're just like, probably trying to make some money.
Yeah, money.
How do you think they make money, man? How do you think an illicit,
I don't know,
suck-ass organization like Freedom SCHs, how do they make money at this? I mean, what's the use if they make $50 or $100 on a donation or whatever? What's the deal? Donations, huh?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. How about getting stories from people that are calling in and then selling them to producers or movie companies or something like that?
I don't think that they're that sophisticated.
Smart.
Well, my 2 cents worth is that they have a number of hidden, HIDDEN, hidden shows, hidden calls here on Freedom SCHS, and that there is an army, a literal army of filth around. And when I first got here, like 2.5 years ago, these people were out in the open.
I'm gonna finish up and I might play more Chuck Langenberg after up ahead. I'm gonna finish up. It's gonna be a nice time.